right. Good morning and welcome to Cam Jordan Day in New Orleans. We have a tight schedule today, so let's get started. No game can take place without an announcer. Ladies and gentlemen, New Orleans Saints announcer, Mr. Mark Roman.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you very much, Council Member. Appreciate the opportunity to be part of the season here that starts today. And out of the season, let's do a touchdown Saints. Touchdown Saints! I would like to thank our esteemed council members that have joined us this morning and all of our special guests. At this time, we have a special pre-game video presentation. Please turn your attention to our video screens.
You see, every year since joining the Saints in 2011, Cam has spent every off day out in the community, connecting with kids, pouring back into the city, and pour so much into him.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
And when I say every off day, I mean every off day.
So what more can I do? How can I help?
Bad weather doesn't stop him. Bad games don't stop him. Hell. COVID didn't even stop him. He's impacted so many lives over his time here. And while he's done it, expecting nothing in return, Cam doesn't know that there are people in this community ready to shower him with love and appreciation for the things that he has done and the man that he is. But we'll get to that in a moment.
Long after I'm done playing, the legacy that I hope is left here in New Orleans, if not even in the building. I worked hard and I gave everything I had, and I always wanted more from others in terms of them benefiting themselves. It's a full circle of how a positive impact can create more than what you think it can.
Speaking of full circle, remember I told you about how much the people of New Orleans were committed to showing Cam just how much he's appreciated. On a chilly day in January, they got that opportunity. Hundreds of them filled the Oscar Sports Performance Center in Metairie on a secret mission to quite literally give Cam his flowers. They waited patiently as he was lured to the team's indoor practice field. Each attendee had a different touch point to Cam.
Cam came to our school earlier this year in the fall, around November.
He has inspired our kids. It was amazing, especially it's Camp Jordan.
What they had in common was a singular message. Thank you.
All done. You got good? Y'all really came through? I appreciate that. Oh my God.
The crowd included students and teachers, past and present, who got to experience his visits. Members of Second Harvest Food Bank collaborated with Cam for turkey giveaway. Members of the NOPD who got a chance to team up with Cam for a police recruitment nonprofit called Crescent City Court. Staff members of the New Orleans Saints call on Cam at a moment's notice. Teammates past and present, Cam never hesitated to help with their own community passion projects. City leaders, and of course, people who Cam has set at the center of his life, his family.
On behalf of the entire Saints Nation, let's give it one more. We have a good organization now, but we don't want to end it right here. We have a proclamation for the city of New Orleans.
On behalf of the entire students, Lawrence proclamation for not only doing what you're doing in the city, but making a change around the country. We appreciate it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have some very special presentations. First, please welcome the inspiring visionary leader in philanthropy and entrepreneurship in our community and state, the owner of the New Orleans Saints and the New Orleans Pelicans, Mrs. Gail Benson.
Thank you, Mark. Councilman King, for that kind introduction, and for all you do in service of our city. Thank you also for leading the effort to establish Cam Jordan Day, which honors a true champion on and off the field. It is a pleasure to be with you all here today to share in this well-earned recognition. And I would like to acknowledge first our Mayor Cantrell, our Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungas, and our City Council. And thank them for honoring Cam and his family today. I've had the pleasure of getting to know hundreds of players over the years who have made significant contributions to our team and to our community. The difference our organization makes, and our players in particular, they make in our community is one of the many things that gives me the greatest gratification as owner of the New Orleans Saints and Pelicans. As much as I love winning on the field, what our players do every day to lift their spirits and make life-changing impact in people's lives is even more important. Our goal is to do both, win on and off the field. And nobody better exemplifies these goals than Cam Jordan. Cam has had an extraordinarily successful football career for the New Orleans Saints by any standard. He has only missed 2 games in his entire 14-year career. One was during COVID, and the other was an orbital fracture. And he wanted to play, but Mickey Loomis refused. While he is our franchise leader in sacks and other categories, it is only fitting to point out in this setting that one particular record he holds has special meaning to the people of New Orleans. The most sacks of one quarterback by a single player, 23 against the Falcons. Cam was already an all-time great in the eyes of our fans, but setting a record like that against our most bitter rivals is especially the best sweet icing on the cake for Saints everywhere. So thank you, Cam, for sharing your incredible talent and your work ethic with us. As legendary as Cam's accomplishments on the field have been, and he is still adding to those, what he has done off the field is unparalleled. Our players get only one day a week off during the season. And in Cam's career, I do not believe there has been a single day off where he did not make an appearance in our community, almost always at schools. During his career with the Saints, he has made almost 300 school visits, a staggering number that will likely never be matched. His commitment to our kids and their education is unmatched, as evidenced by his foundation, creating a legacy scholarship program that will award scholarships to students to attend 4-year universities. He has touched so many kids' lives through his appearances, and with these scholarships, he is changing the lives of young people who we hope will return to New Orleans and pay that gift forward. We cannot express how much we appreciate Cam. Cam is also known as being a great teammate, as he has served as a team captain for many years. He is passionate, responsible, inspiring, and trustworthy. Truly all that you could hope for as a leader and player. Everything Cam has accomplished on and off the field. Of course, all this would not be possible without his most important and inspirational teammate, his family. Cam's wife, Nikki, his children, Tank, Glory, Nia, and Chanel. Not only support Cam in his charitable efforts. integral parts of his foundation and service to New Orleans. Nikki, we all know that you and your children are the real MVPs of the Jordan household. And we are forever grateful for your commitment to New Orleans. While today is Cam Jordan Day, we all know it is truly the Cam Jordan family's day. Congratulations, Cam and your family on this well-deserved honor. And I look forward to celebrating many more Cam Jordan days and sacks with you in the future. May you have continued prosperity.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Benson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the untiring promoter of promotions of Louisiana, all good things about Louisiana and its people, Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today we celebrate a man whose legacy stretches far beyond the football field. Cam Jordan has been a pillar of the New Orleans Saints for over a decade, an anchor of the defense, a leader in the locker room. But what truly sets Cam apart is his heart for this city. Whether it's rebuilding homes, mentoring youth, champion causes, uplifting communities, Cam is shown not just as a player, but as a neighbor, a role model, and a friend. His dedication to the people of New Orleans. He embodies the spirit of Louisiana, resilient passion, and his true love for this city and the state. On this day, we thank you, Cam Jordan, for all you have given to the game, but more importantly, to the people of New Orleans, and to the great state of Louisiana. And I'd like to take this opportunity this morning to officially name you on behalf of the great state of Louisiana, a true Louisiana ambassador.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Director of the Mayor's Office of Youth and Families, Mrs. Asia Howlett.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Benson. Good morning to all of our guests. Good morning, Cam. Obviously. I just want to say that we are so grateful from the Mayor's office, but in particular the Office of Youth and Families. Although many years have passed at this point, I think sometimes we forget how recent the pandemic was. And for our office in particular and the city of New Orleans, you were one of the first people who stepped up and said, how do we show up for our young families in this community? And that's not something that we take lightly. In that moment, you looked at the city of New Orleans and said, this is a space that will make good use of the resources I have and can be good stewards of your wishes, and we're really grateful for that moment then. But also as the director for the Office of Youth and Families, we watch the things that you do in community all the time. And I will say, not just Cam, but across the board, our Saints players do show up for our young people, and we don't miss any opportunity to say thank you not only to them, but also to our schools for welcoming them in, our recreation department being good partners, and it couldn't happen if we didn't have leaders who constantly thought, how do I show up for my city? And so we just really appreciate you, and Mayor Cantrell didn't want to miss the opportunity to share that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Howlett. And now, ladies and gentlemen, fresh off of a very successful Super Bowl 59, please welcome the Senior Director of Event Operations and Community Affairs for the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation, Mr. William Deedy.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Very special day today. So over the past year, we had the distinct honor of working alongside Cam Jordan to serve as the New Orleans Super Bowl Host Community Champion. In this role, Cam brought unmatched energy, visibility, and heart to every one of our community engagement initiatives. He had a Super Bowl ticket giveaway presented to the business community and even hosted our Super Bowl 59 media party. His impact has been nothing short of extraordinary. Through his own foundation and countless personal efforts, Camp continues to uplift and empower our youth. Despite the demands of his career and family life, he always finds time to show up, whether it's visiting hospitals, schools, hosting community events, raising funds for local charities, or providing school supplies.
Back over to our head coach, Councilmember King, who will give us some good news at the halftime.
We have a few more presentations. We have our CEO of Mr. Larry Barabino. Followed by
Morning. On behalf of the youth that we serve, we want to say thank you. As our young persons who are playing football, we have thousands of young persons playing football. They need someone to look up to, who inspired them to be great. One thing that I can always say is you have always stepped up, you have always shown that, and on behalf of our young persons, again, I'd like to say thank you on behalf of Nord, on behalf of all of the youth that we serve in the city of New Orleans. Thank you.
And we have one last special presentation from our guest, from Edna Carr, Mr. Jamar McNeely, CEO of Inspire Nova.
Good morning. Ms. Benson, Council. Today is a very special day. In our halls of Edna Carr High School and Inspire Nova Schools, we have by Mr. Frederick Douglass. It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. Mr. Jordan's father, we want to thank you for instilling his passion and his commitment to our youth. To the Jordan family, I know it's hard on those Tuesdays when he decides to come to our schools. We understand the commitment that he's making each and every single day, but it's making a difference. Mr. Jordan, this is a humble thank you on behalf of the students of New Orleans. We serve roughly around 6,500 students in Inspire Nova charter schools. You have made it to each and every one of our schools. Edna Carr High School cannot thank you enough. We would like to present you with a special token of our appreciation that was designed by the students of Edna Carr High School. As you can see, our drum majors are here to make the presentation. This design was by our art students. Our art program at Edna Carr High School. It was handcrafted and it showcases students in our school. We would like to thank you for your commitment that you have made each and every day on those Tuesdays attending the schools of New Orleans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edna Carr. Coach King, we have another special presentation for you. I'd like to present Mr. Keon Shaw from 504 Golf. All right, this time we are going to hear from our council members. We're going to start to my left, your right, with Council Member Leslie Harris.
Thank you, Councilmember Coach King, for this special day. Happy Cam Jordan Day, everyone. I am proud to say that the Caesar Superdome is in District B, Mrs. Benson. B is for best. And so all this stats happen right here in this district. So thank you for all that you do. Cam, you are just more than a football player. You are more than a community leader. You are a public servant, a true public servant. And while we are all elected, you embody what service means and what service to the community means. And I just can't thank you enough. I was at the surprise day, and I just saw the look on everyone's faces. So many people who love you, who appreciate you, and are inspired by what you do. So you are a true hero of New Orleans. You're a true hero of Louisiana, and we're so happy to have you here in our community. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to see you, Cam. Great to see you, Mrs. Benson, Lieutenant Governor Nungesser, Nikki. Great to see you and the kids as well. Look, I can't think of anyone who is more deserving of having a day named after them than you, Cam. So congratulations for that. That is a very big honor, and it's really not done often. And I'll just say this, you know, the verse that for those who much is given, much is expected. You certainly are the epitome of that verse. You live it every single day, and so we're so appreciative. And I'll just say this, you know, the children of New Orleans, they're lucky to have you as a mentor. Obviously, the Saints organization, so lucky to have you as a player. And New Orleans and our region, we're just so incredibly lucky and grateful to have you as a member of our community. So Cam, we love you. Happy Cam Jordan Day, everyone. Let's celebrate this every year. Congrats.
I want to begin by apologizing. Apparently, Lieutenant Governor, I didn't get the clothing memo, so we're not the watching goal, but we would have had we got the memo. There's a lot that could be said today, and I'm going to try and be brief. I know politicians struggle with being brief, but we have been so blessed with the Saints organization and your athletes that they give so much to the community. But even amongst Titans stand above them in what you've given back to this community. There's this quote that I live by that I never thought I'd attribute to a football player, but I'm going to do in this instance. Which there is this great line by Mr. Rogers where he says, "Always look for the helpers. There's always someone helping." And in every instance in which Cam can help, he is there. I mean, asked or unasked, you are in the middle of it. And I want to add just like a little personal note. The last time I saw you, Cam, was that opening Captain America at Elmwood. And I saw you there with my kids. And I remember you were there with your kids, and you were trying to dad. These kids are all around you trying to get pictures. You're turning around exhausted, taking the pictures with them. And my kids, they went into that movie. All they did was talk about you. When they left, all they did was talk about you. And I think it's important. People know how important I'm like a big superhero nerd. To the kids of this city, you are their superhero. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you, Cam Jordan. I am so proud to be a New Orleanian. I welcome you here and your beautiful family here. I'm so proud to have raised my family in a city that I truly enjoy. But one of the reasons that I enjoy the city of New Orleans is because of people such as you. We have so many here in our community who give back to the community, who give back unceasingly as you do. We should have some markers throughout the metropolitan area saying Cam was here, like George Washington slept here. There would be so many markers that we would run out of the ability to get them printed, to place them. You have done so much, and you've been so unselfish and so giving in terms of going around to our involvement in our organizations that involve youth in our schools. My district includes a great number of schools. I'm so proud of it. Cam Jordan has been there and a few of those, and I appreciate that. But just in Behet, I'm not going to mention this high school. But at the end of the day, to Cam Jordan and to your family, Nikki, you all are beautiful, and you all are wise. New Orleans is the great city that it is. Thank you for all that you give to the city of New Orleans, and especially it's you. And I look forward to you continuing to do the same thing, because I know it's embedded in you that you're going to help you and help our city in whatever way you can. Mrs. Benson, Lieutenant Governor, thank you very much for joining Mr. Jordan at the table today. This is a very special day for me, and once again, I'll start off I'll end where I started. I am so proud to be a New Orleanian, and you are one of the reasons. Thank you.
First of all, to Ms. Benson, thank you for always being first class and gracious. Lieutenant Governor, very few people promote this state and advocate for it better than Ms. Howlett. What you do for families, Mr. Dede, your job. But for me, it's got to be comforting. Especially given the challenges, black men and black men, that your father can sit here and know that he raised a man. that your wife can sit there and know that her husband is a father. And that your interpretation of Proverbs 27 and 6, where God says, raise up a child. You don't say your child. You've lived your life, and your family's lived their life like they're all our children. I've known some notable friends. I've been in the community a lot with Ricky Jackson, and Pat, and of course Archie Manning's legacy. Drew and I spent a lot of time at Danny's place when he had Disaster Ministries, talking to the kids. But I think what God has given us in your time is the very best blend with an athlete and a human being. Means. And though while some may appreciate what you do on the field, the NFL docuseries in 2021 was as much about the man as it was about the football player. And for folk who were not there in 2018 at Susan Park in Kenner, when you were protesting against the political establishment and their racist decision to do something, people should have seen you there. Just like the rest of us, everyday people, and the way you greeted, and the way you made people feel comfortable. So your parents gave you your humanity. And I'll close it by saying that sometimes gifted people who athletically people pander to because of their celebrity. The most important thing I think you represent is Matthew 25, 35, and 36. They were hungry. You fed them. They were thirsty. You gave them drink. They were strangers. You made them feel at home. They were sick and infirm. Cam Jordan visited. God bless you, young man. So Mr. Jordan, Father Jordan. First of all, thank you for being here. I know you made a special trip to come here, and congratulations on raising a great young man, a great man. Mr. Benson, everyone at the table, thank you all for showing up. Your presence here made this day very special. To Mrs. Jordan, and Cam Kids, thank y'all for showing up. I know you all asked a lot of acts of you, and show your dad and your husband with so many people. But we appreciate the sacrifice that you all make. And to the man of the day, Mr. Jordan, we met a couple years ago when you were at McDonough 32 Elementary School in Algiers, showing kids how to jump rope and do drills, and just being physically fit. And that was very early in your career. It wasn't just a one-off. I believe the last time I saw you right before the Super Bowl at the Saints training camp, when you were being honored for being recognized as one of the Men of the Year recipients. You had hundreds of kids at that event saying how much you meant to them. And I sat back and I watched every child face light up when you signed the autograph, gave him a high five. Even it was time for you to leave, decided not to, stuck around and made sure you embraced every child and even some of the adults. So it wasn't just that's who you are. It wasn't just for the cameras. There were no cameras after a while. You just make sure you touch every child. So I just want to thank you for all that you do for the youth in this city. We know what you do on the field, all-time leader, sack leader, one of the highest. One of the NFL players with the most sacks, top 21 and 22, I believe, and get in that top 20 this season. But you do so much for the community. This is just a small token of not only the city, council and the city of New Orleans appreciation for what you do, but then when we get a standing room only crowd is usually something not too good going on. Usually. But to see the standing room on the crowd for you, it's a great day. So thank you and congratulations on your big day.
Councilmember Coach King, this is just in, as Mrs. Benson referred to earlier. The committee has decided with unanimous declaration that we have chosen an MVP for this day as well. I think you have a special announcement to make regarding who that MVP might be.
Yes, we do have a special MVP. Can you may be the MVP on the field? We know at home, Mrs. Jordan is the real MVP. So we have a special gift for you as well. Ms. Godin has a gift to present to you for all the sacrifices you make. Mr. Romney, we do have this proclamation. I'm going to read just a small portion of it, and we're going to ask that the council members who be customarily come down in the center of the chamber down here and take a quick photo. I'll be very brief. It says, be it resolved that we do hereby honor and commend Cam Jordan for his extraordinary career, unwavering dedication to community, and inspiring leadership in every arena of life. He is a true embodiment of excellence, and his legacy will forever echo in the hearts of the Who Dat Nation. The city of New Orleans and beyond. At the request of the City Council, let it be hereby known that today is Cam Jordan Day. Pardon me, so be at this in the right order. So before we come down to take a picture, we're going to now turn the mic over to you, Mr. Jordan.
Now I get the mic. Okay. Man, first of all, thank you for everybody who showed up. I'm blessed. I'm truly honored to ever even be drafted by the New Orleans Saints. And I try and tell everybody my story. Right after I got drafted by the New Orleans Saints, we had a lockout year. So really, my first friends were people that I met at Best Buy. My first friends were the bartenders. My first friends were the teachers I randomly met on my own. When guys like Freddie McAfee couldn't even leave me away before I even met Liz. Alicia Bashar shared a big sister to me over 14 years. I couldn't get into. I wouldn't go to 85% of the school, 94% of the schools without Alicia, without Adam, without Coach AP, without the team that Mrs. Benson has assembled. You've done a phenomenal job. They say every leader has a good cabinet, and you've created a great cabinet. And we feel that throughout the entire locker room. The city feels that throughout the entire city. So let me get back on script. In fact, start this off with how I always say my cup has been overflowed. I feel like being drafted has been an amazing feeling. Having a dad who played in the league has been an amazing feeling. Being able to find my wife in the streets of New Orleans has been amazing. Us having Magnolias, is what I call Magnolia Monsters. All four of our children has been nothing short of an amazing blessing. So 2 Corinthians chapter 9 verse 8, that God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things, at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. It's not. Amen. It's not the effort, it's not the hard work that you see on the field where we all have helmets on and we get lost within our numbers. It's taking that jersey off, it's being able to walk through these schools, being able to listen to what the city needs, whether that's teaming up with Crescent Corps, whether that's starting with the foundation initially, what it was, God is love, showing love through what I've been given. Can becoming the Cam Jordan Foundation, where we're able to start up legacy program where scholarship is for kids to go to in-state schools, and we're going to commit to so much more as these years go on. It's the ability of just saying, first of all, thank you to the city of New Orleans for having me. Thank you to Councilman Freddie King. The third. I was like, this is Councilman Freddie, the third. That's prestigious. The mayor's office. I call it TT Cantrell. She always holds it down. Lieutenant Governor Billy, I appreciate you for everything that you've been able to do. I'm honestly always blown away. Mrs. B. I try and tell people like, I know Mrs. B almost like the Saints and Pelicans, but like that's my dog. I feel like that's my homie. I go home Miss B, she looked out for me today. You know, like I feel like she's become a part of the family over the years, and she has done nothing but embrace anything and everything that Saints players want to do on and off the field. So of course, thank you for enabling the players and helping us to be enabled within our city. A huge thanks to the Saints organization. New Orleans. You know, I say, we're family. We locked in. No matter where I go, we always gonna be locked in. I hope I'm in New Orleans for another 1,000 years. I live that long, but I'm just saying that's how deep I feel we locked in. My kids will always say, Dad, where you from? I'm from Nolan. And as we get there, we're gonna get a little Cajun accent. I'm gonna be real proud of it. You know what I'm saying? So to my family, my incredible wife, Nikki Jordan, who gives me hell on a Tuesday. Because 17 weeks in, it's not as fun as that first week. But she holds it down day in, day out. She's, whether it's the 4 kids in all sports, and she's holding it down on her own while I'm in games on business. Or I just need a break because I need to run away for a day or two. She holds it down throughout it all. So thank you. It's great to have met you here, but it's been nothing but a blessing. You somehow keep me. I feel like some days you're gonna kick me out, but at the same time, you hold me down stronger than anybody else. So thank you so much. To the kids, Daddy loves y'all. Tank will tell you, like, I'm Tank Jordan. My dad's Cam Jordan. My grandpa played football. My dad played football. I'm gonna play football. I'm like, no, but it's okay to want to be a councilman. It's okay to want to be a doctor. It's okay to want to have your body mangled every Sunday. It's fine to want a softer life. Play basketball. When all jokes aside, I love being a father. I love being a dad. I love being able to be at practice. They look over and my daughter tells me to shoot. Like, get out of here. I live for those moments where I can see their smile. And they're the reason why I'm able to go out to these schools. I see the smiles they have when I come home, and I see that smile replicated every time I enter a school. From Edna Carr, St. Aug to various elementaries, and I've been to a lot of them. Over these years, I try not to have a favorite, but you'll see there's probably a school or two that I always revisit. I've seen these kids grow up, and it's weird to say grow up because I've been here for 14 years, heading into year 15. I've seen kids young as 8, now 21, 22, and 23, and grown as heck. I remember when I was just this big, and now they're asking me to take a drink with me. I'm like, no, it's weird. But that's just it. The whole part of being New Orleans is you buy in. That's Wednesdays at the square when I first got here. That's jumping rope in front of Tipitina's before Mardi Gras. There's so many stories. Just being at Desi Vegas, somehow in behind the bar at the end of the night because it's just such a great vibe. You feel like family wherever it is you go. That's meeting wonderful people. Like Keisha Riley, who has been like a big sis, like a mom when I first got to New Orleans, and her kid being Duke Riley, becoming a grown man, like watching it happen, watching him enter the NFL, watching him carve out a career. It's having these mentees. Trey Hand, who has been my last mentee because he has never left the house. He went off to college. I'm like, all right, son, he never left. So that was my last one. It's being in New Orleans. You catch the feel. You catch the vibe. It's so hard not to want to be a part of it. It's so hard not to want to be in New Orleans. Feel like a family because everybody's so familiar. You have great teammates. Rest in peace, Will Smith, who used to throw these events. Dining with the Saints. It's so hard, even when he's gone, his mark has been left here. You see guys like Thomas Morstead go to 14 different other teams, and yet he still comes back to New Orleans, and he still has give Nola Day, and he still brings it back. It's so easy to be inspired. You see guys like Craig Robinson, Demario Davis, guys who are in the city. Demario Davis, who started up a schooling program. Guys who like Craig Robinson, who just wants to be a part of everything his teammates do. Just phenomenal teammates. You get inspired every time you see it. So to walk into these schools, I'm just re-inspired every time. These smiles. Look into a blank slate. Kids who are 8, 10, 12, all the way to the high school. You see they have a future ahead of you. How can you not want to be a part of it in a positive action? So I thank you guys. I thank New Orleans. To all the young people, especially guys who want to be D-linemen. Come get my job. Come on. It's available. Come get it. I want you to be able to work for it. I want you to be able to see the hard work, the effort, the tears, the struggles, the pains, the ups, the downs, the winning, the losing. Beyond all of it, it's that grit, it's that effort, it's that resilience of being New Orleans Saints, it's that resilience of being from New Orleans. You're always going to push for more. You're always going to ask for extra. Even though it may not be the way you want it, you're always going to fight for the next day, for the next yard, for the next touchdown, for the next game. For anybody who ever sees adversity, just know you're not alone. God gave me a family, and I'm sure He'll continue to provide. So you guys be blessed. I am so excited. I tried to do the math. I was like, why May 8th? I was like, well, I'm number 94. I was like, it could have been September 4th. This makes so much sense to me. I said, but now that I think about it, May 8th works. I was like, all right, May is the year. It's the 8th day of the year. I was like, 8 is 5 plus 8 is 13. 9 plus 4 is 13. You see what I'm doing here. Bring it back to 94. Thank you so much in my conspiracy theory of how we got back to 5'8". Being Cam Jordan Day. God bless. Who that? It's always levels. We're always reaching for the next one.
Thank you very much, Cam. Now we'll have some photography done.
Freddie, I got you something for your kid too. You know. Come on, that's your cue. Touchdown.
While we do our photography, we do want to special thanks to Mardi Gras World, Logo Express, NOLA Throws, Edna Carr, Lower Nine Seniors, Nolan, Baby Dolls, Femme Fatale, and the Charbonnet Funeral Home folks being with us today and helping us put this wonderful program together. We'd also like to announce that tonight, in honor of Cam Jordan, the Caesars Superdome, the Crescent City Connection, and 504 Golf will be lit in honor of Cam Jordan. Sure. Am I
everyone's attention real quick. Hello. So I wanna first state Mr. Julius Feltus made this day possible. Let's give up Mr. Feltus, everybody. The t-shirts, the props. And also want to thank my fellow council members. We had a new room, proclamations at the end of the council meeting. But thank you all for bearing with us and making this special exception. So I want to thank all my colleagues for being good sports. And thank you to Ms. Godin and my staff for making this happen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving you a 10-minute warning. 10-minute warning. All right, everyone. Thank y'all. We're gonna proceed with the council meeting.
All right, baby dolls, let's clear out. Enough of that. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Baby doll.
Okay, I don't need that. You
All right. Madam Clerk. Why don't you start roll call?
She's gonna. There you go.
Madam Clerk. Roll call.
Roll call. Councilmember Morrell. Can y'all hear me? Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember King, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Thomas. We have six members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Pastor Brutek, can you start the prayer? Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the prayer.
We're getting ready to pray, everybody. We're getting ready to pray, everybody. Thank you all so much. If we could bow our heads in a moment of prayer. Father, we thank you, we honor you, we adore you, we thank you for this moment, we thank you for this opportunity, for this day of celebration. And God, we pray now that as we get down to our business at hand, that your presence would be with us, God, that you would touch this council, that you would give them wisdom and knowledge and strength that only you can give. We come together to work on the behalf of this city. We pray that everything be done today in decency and in order, and that you get the glory out of all that we do. We ask this now in your name we pray, amen.
Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember King.
We have approval of the minutes of April 10, 2025 and April 24, 2025.
All in favor say aye. 7 yeas, no nays, and that's approved.
We need a moving second. Okay. Consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Tara Johnson Brown. This may be received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication of Robert J. Ellis Jr. 1201 Canal Street. This may be received. Hearing date 5/22/25. We have a communication from Amy Trepanier. This may be received. We have a communication from Timothy Boulder. This may be received. 1050 South Norman C. Francis Parkway and 4401 Callio Street. Hearing date 6/12/25. We have a communication from C. Rick Hathaway. This may be received and referred to the Public Works, Sanitation and Environment Committee. We have a communication from C. Rick Hathaway. This may be received and referred to the Public Works, Sanitation and Environment Committee. We have a communication from Kim LaGrew. This may be received and referred to the Utility, Cable, Telecommunication and Technology Committee. We have a communication from Jennifer Vegno. This may be received. We have a communication from Kaylin Quinn. This may be received. 900 Bartholomew Street, Unit 215. Hearing date 5/22/25. We have a communication from Tara Johnson Brown. This may be received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 5/22/25. We have a report of Caitlin Tamrick. This may be received. We have a report of Cameron Robinson. This may be received. We have a report of Michael Anker. This may be received. We have a report of Anita Kern, 1401 through 03 Rock Avenue. 24-20-003 demo. This may be received. We have a report of Lene Crowley. This may be received. We have a report of Brian Laparol. This may be received. We have a report of Eleanor Burke, 906 Poland Avenue. This may be received. We have a report of Eleanor Burke, 7309 Barrett Street. This may be received. We have a report of Eleanor Burke, 7519 Hampton Street. This may be received. We have a report of Roman Samuel. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 5/22/25. We have a report of Geisen Corbin. This may be received. We have a report of Geisen Corbin. This may be received. We have a report of Bianca Brown. This may be received. We have a report of Corbin Gasson Corbin. This may be received. We have ordinance calendar 35,072 by Councilmember Giroux. Zoning docket 1125. We have ordinance calendar 35,094 by Councilmember Morrell. The Joint Governmental Affairs Community Development Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,096 by Councilmember Giroux. Zoning docket 10619, municipal address 4439 Canal Street. We have ordinance counted 35,100 by council members Moreno and Harris. Joint Governmental Affairs Community Development Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25 to 60 by council member Morrell. Joint Governmental Affairs Community Development Committee recommended approval. This is all matters on consent.
Thank you. Got a few people like to provide some information. David Greger from 900 Poland Avenue. Come on up. Just for Mr. Greger and for Ms. Keel. Realize we're just receiving the report today. We're not actually voting on anything. You can make your comments for the record. After Mr. Greger and Ms. Keel, we have Mr. Burnside.
My name's David Greger. I representing our property at 900 Poland Avenue and 906, which is the issue at hand here. Every story has two sides. But first of all, we appreciate the opportunity to stand in front of this council to share our story, because it's you who represent the interests of the people, which are often at odds with policies enforced by the city administration. Their story tells of delay and neglect. Our story tells of 2 years of litigation to deal with the neighbor's refusal to remove a 40-foot row of termite-ridden Chinaberry trees that suck water out of our layer of subsurface foundation supporting clay, causing our building to sink 8 to 10 inches to the north. Our story encompasses pandemic delays, as is not uncommon for everyone in this room. Our story involves stabilizing compromised structure, rebuilding piers and windows, and constructing new grade beams. It also involves consultations with our structural engineer and executing his recommendations. And with the hiring of Avery Brothers, our shoring company, who were actively involved when we were ordered to cease work. As for their story of the illegal removal 14 feet of termite-ridden 2x4s, mine relies on our HDLC stamped drawings showing its approved replacement with a fire-rated wall, as required by safety and permits, and the international rules governing us as architects. Unfortunately, this reality has no place in their story. They claim demolition.
Mr. Greger, that's your time. You will have another opportunity to add further comment when the item comes up in the regular agenda. This is the receipt of the report. So you're also on the agenda for the regular agenda, which will happen in probably a few minutes. If you want to speak as well right now, Ms. Keel, that is your right. But your actual vote on the fine is later in the agenda.
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, I do it later.
Okay. Mr. Burnside. And after Mr. Burnside, we have Ella Strahan.
Mike Burnside, 2215 in regards to number 23 on the consent agenda. I would like to thank Councilperson Harris for her interest and concern for our community and her efforts to get this particular park named Barbara Lacey Keller Park off the ground. A couple of years. She has gotten 200K into the budget for several years to get this done, and I go by that area with some regularity and have noticed that people are with very large mechanical jackhammers digging up an awful lot of concrete. So there is hope and positive statements. I think I'll leave it at that for right now. Thank you very much, Councilperson.
Next up we have Ella Strahan, and then we have Natalie Rupp.
Hi y'all, good morning. My name is Ella Catherine Strahan, and I am here with the Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Fortress Street, Suite 710. I'm here to just say thank you to Councilmember Moreno and Councilmember Harris for
and all the other countless advocates who have come before me, who have fought to bring this piece of legislation to the table. During this time of intensified policing and major events such as the Super Bowl, the need for decriminalizing sex work and adopting non-prosecution policies is greater than ever. By providing immunity for people who could be charged with prostitution, we encourage individuals to act in the interest of safety and justice without fear of legal consequences. Granting legal immunity to sex workers who report crimes creates essential protections, allowing them to report violence, seek health care, resist investigations without fear of being cited or prosecuted for prostitution-related offenses. This will produce greater chances for individuals to secure healthy and safe housing, as they will not be beholden to records that will follow them around for the rest of their lives. So thank you again for this piece of legislation. We fully support it. And thanks for my time.
Thank you, Natalie Rupp. I believe we also have one online comment.
Hello, I'm Natalie Rupp. I'm here regarding consent number 31. I'll keep this short since we already discussed this in details and merits during the ordinance last week. This ordinance will save lives, and this ordinance will help build trust between my community and the city. This ordinance is common sense, and it will serve to protect those whose lives are already quite precarious. Thank you for standing with us and saying that we deserve equal justice. I hope, as in committee, is voted unanimously.
One online comment, please, Anita.
This is from Sam Tank. I support the adoption. This is regarding 35-100 consent 31. I support the adoption of the ordinance related to sections 251 and 261. Prostitution is a profession that persists regardless of legal enforcement or prohibitive legislation. Taking this into consideration, we must consider the consequences of persecuting these workers in every scenario, even those where they are the victim, as is currently our standard practice. In this case, the ordinance seeks to allow New Orleanian citizens access while working in a profession where the likelihood of sexual assault is 75%. That's 3 out of every 4 workers. Also, it would allow our community members the ability to report crimes, including assaults against their person, while working in a profession where a woman's likelihood of being murdered is 18 times higher than any other woman's. To protect all of our citizens, I would urge you to support this ordinance. No New Orleanian should feel that they are unable to seek medical treatment or pursue access to legal protections because of their profession.
Councilman Morales moved. I have seconded. Please vote your machines. That is 6 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted.
On page 38, we have item 45, resolution R25-273, council members Moreno Harris, Morrell, King, Green, and Thomas, conveying the council support for the Mid-Barrett Sediment Diversion Project that is crucial for coastal restoration in Louisiana, particularly in the protection of the Orleans and Jefferson parishes. It is imperative that this project move forward to restore wetlands, build and sustain land, and improve the overall health of the estuary, as well as provide storm surge protection, habitat restoration, and economic benefit for coastal communities.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, as we all know, there is a really critical project right now that is in jeopardy, and I'm talking about the Mid-Barrett Area Sediment Diversion Project. This coastal restoration project, myself and Councilmember Morrell, when the legislature has just all started to move forward. This coastal restoration project is really aimed at protecting us from severe storms and protecting us moving forward and really protecting the survival of the city of New Orleans and Jefferson Parish. But unfortunately, this project has been stalled. Recently, we've even seen the Corps suspend a permit for this particular project. So we thought it was really important that the City Council of New Orleans express its complete support to move this very critical project forward. We've
some voices in opposition, but there's some very strong voices in support of this project, including us, the New Orleans City Council. So this is what this resolution does. I know we have plenty of public comment as well. Michael Burnside, you're up first.
While Mr. Burnside's coming up, I just want to add myself as well.
Please add Councilmember Druso, which means all 7 members of the New Orleans City Council are co-authors.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Hello, all 7 members of the New Orleans City Council. I only know about the area segment through what I read in newspapers. And I do read newspapers somewhat regularly. $3 billion is not a small amount of money, neither is $1 billion. Way back in the days when my brain worked, I did the mathematics and divided the money by the amount of land that's projected to be created and got a number that was somewhat stunning if you want to compare it to what the average cost of, say, sugar cane fields in rural Louisiana are running. This land's not going to be cheap. As far as the rest of it goes, I think that it's taken somewhat out of context, which is that there's a lot of water in the Mississippi that gets diverted at the old control structure. 30% of the water is taken away along with the sediment. It's also not taken in context of Neptune Pass. Neptune Pass exists. I was told in an email it's now the 3rd largest river in the entire North American continent, which tells you how much water comes down the Mississippi. If a pass is the 3rd largest river. So I'm not an expert on this, but I do understand, having come out of a conservative background, people in Idaho, people in West Virginia, people in other places, we have not made a good case to them as to why the federal government should be spending billions of dollars down here. We really haven't. And I don't know how to make a good case. But I know this. My mother lives in Wyoming. She's over 80. As much as I hate to say it in public, she voted for Trump. I love my mother. I love her dearly. She lives in communities that don't understand why the amount of money the federal government pours down here doesn't seem to actually solve problems. So if we're going to ask the government for this level of money, we should make the case to people not just here in this city, but broader, because the money comes from other places. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Ann Milling with Women of the Storm.
Good morning. What a lively morning it was. I love being here, just watching all the activity. I'm Ann Milling, and I'm the founder of the Women of the Storm, a non-political, nonpartisan organization that was formed after Katrina. And our mission at the time in 2005-06 was to go to Congress and ask every member of the Congress to come and see the devastation. That was number one. Number two, we asked for dollars for our road home program, as you all will recall. And number three, what we've been advocating since inception of the Women of the Storm, coastal restoration. It's a priority for us and for everyone in Louisiana. And as you know, as I know, storms like Katrina, like Rita, I can go through the whole litany of storms. Doesn't know whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. Storms and waters don't know if you're old or young or black or white. It impacts everyone. And so the Women of the Storm have followed closely the CPRA since its inception and have watched the development of our coastal master plan. And today the cornerstone of this master plan, mid-Barataria sediment diversion, is at risk. It has been vetted, it has been studied, it has been promoted by the best engineers and scientists in America and across the world. And today, as our councilwoman Morena said, it's in jeopardy, it's at risk. So I applaud what you all are doing. This resolution that you're going to send to Baton Rouge is so important to have the voice of the city of New Orleans speaking in favor of something that impacts all citizens. And I thank you and hope it'll be a unanimous vote. Thank you all. Thank you,
Ms. Milling. Anita, we've got online comments, please. Yes. First one is from Carolyn Letwich. She says, thank you for this resolution, supporting the Mid-Barataria Diversion Project that is crucial for coastal restoration in Louisiana, particularly in the protection of Orleans and Jefferson parishes.
Kevin Colley says we must protect what's left and rebuild what's been lost. If not now, when? Nelda Welch comments protecting the shoreline is imperative. Louisiana cannot survive without environmental protection. Roseanne Guerra says I'm a Louisiana native and frequent visitor. Please support restoring the Louisiana coast for humans and wildlife. Thank you. Kristen Trask says as we approach the 20th anniversary of the devastation of Hurricane Katrina, it recently recognized the 15th anniversary of the Deepwater Horizon tragedy. I want to thank the sponsors for demonstrating the commitment of Louisiana residents to doing everything we can to protect ourselves and our coast by following science-based plans and seeing projects through to completion. Thank you for not playing politics with our coast. It matters too much to be cheapened by partisan interference like we're seeing happen in Baton Rouge and beyond. Devin Foyle comments as a regional planner with extensive experience supporting coastal Louisiana projects. I strongly support Resolution R25-273 and urge the Council to adopt it. My work operates at the intersection of engineering solutions, both structural and non-structural, and public policy. And I can say with confidence that the Mid-Barataria sediment diversion is one of the most critical investments we can make in our long-term resilience. MBSD will help rebuild wetlands, reduce storm surge risk, and restore vital ecosystem function. These benefits extend far beyond the coast, strengthening New Orleans' flood protection system and safeguarding economic and cultural assets. Decades of science and planning back this project. As land loss continues to erode the natural buffers we depend on, projects like MBSD must move forward. It's time to act. Thank you for your leadership in supporting this essential initiative. Carissa Field comments the Mid-Barataria sediment diversion is based on sound science. This project makes us a global leader in coastal restoration and is our best chance of preserving Louisiana coastal culture. We already have climate relocations and don't need to disrupt our community members more. Emma Frederick comments, I stand with the Council in support of the Mid-Barataria sediment diversion project. This project is so important to Louisiana continue to be a viable, safe place to live. Inaction on this project is so frustrating. This must be built in order to protect us from future storms. Ryan Prewitt says, I would like to formally voice my support for the Mid-Barataria sediment diversion. I consider this project to be of utmost importance to the future of Southeast Louisiana. The Mississippi River is a proven source of much-needed sediment to build new land, and diversions such as this harness the available power of the river. We've suffered from endless land loss for too long, and this project steers us in a sustainable, forward-thinking direction. And finally, John DeQuison says, after years of studying and securing the funding from the BP settlement fund, it's imperative to the future of the city and the region to ensure the timely completion of the Mid-Barataria sediment diversion as permitted and designed. As a small business owner and as someone who lived through the deadly 2005 hurricane season, I understand how important this project is to our way of life, to the economy, and to future generations. We have no more time to waste on political games and bending to a small but vocal interest group. Louisiana's entire coastal program is on the line because of backdoor dealings and blatant corruption. Without this project, we are not only losing our best chance at protecting the coast from land loss and future storms, but we're also losing the integrity of our state's prized coastal agency and our ability to get future funding, which we so desperately need. Reconnecting the river to the delta and letting the river rebuild land is a science-based solution, and we must keep the politics out of our planning or we condemn ourselves to sink into the Gulf. That's it.
Thanks, Anita. Council President Moreau.
Thank you. As you guys often take time to respond to comments, I think this is a really important one to respond to. There's been some comments today about the cost and whether or not this is a good investment in the coast of Louisiana. I think it's important to note for all of us and those of us who've been in this fight for a while know the exasperation of our coastal loss was done largely by the oil and gas industry doing oil exploration. And the entire United States for over 100 years has enjoyed cheap oil and cheap gas due to that exploration. To date, they still enjoy cheap oil and cheap gas because of offshore drilling. I want to thank former Senator Landrieu because it was her efforts that for the first time in over 100 years we are actually seeing that revenue. And as far as the case to be made to the rest of the country, we as a state dedicated all of that revenue to coastal restoration. We are paying our fair share to repair our own coast, even though the damage to our coast was not done to our benefit. It was done further than national interest in continuing to have safe access to energy historically. So the state of Louisiana has skin in the game. Other states that enjoy offshore revenue, because they've been enjoying it for 100 years, they dedicate to things like education or roads. We had to dedicate it to our coast because the coast is disappearing as we speak. So for the rest of the country, we have skin in the game. We dedicated all the revenue we are owed and have a backlog on to address the coast. And as far as the general retort we get, whether it be the loss of the coast, whether it be the national flood insurance plan, or all the other things where why should we do that? Well, I don't see anyone complaining when the residents of the state, when our government, when there's a hurricane or an earthquake, we pitch in and help, because every corner of this country has a natural disaster tailored for it. We are simply trying to rebuild our coast to protect ourselves from Mother Nature, the natural disaster that is increasingly active hurricane seasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by President Morrell. All in favor? All in favor? Seconds. Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
6 yeas, no nays. Stop it.
Thank you.
At the top of the page, item 43, we have motion M2569 by Councilmember Jeruso, designating the intersection of Leander Street and Palmetto Street as the Loveway Honorary Intersection pursuant to section 146-762 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
Members, the Loves obviously have their church in Holly Grove, City of Love, have asked for an honorary intersection as a tribute to the impact that they've had on their community. I'm a little, I don't know if I want to say this, but part of it is they both turned 60 this year, so I don't want to give away Prophet Fran's age. There you go. They founded Love 365, non-profit, up to 2,000 people. They've been extensive in their work in the community. And as we all know, Pastor Fran Love is a breast cancer survivor, community leader, who has worked to help women through their quarterly needs. So with that, I see easily moved and seconded and have 6 yeas. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that the vote before I mentioned that Pastor Love is a graduate of St. Augustine High School.
I just wanted to make sure that Morrell wasn't going to change his vote on me.
Lester Love.
Item 44, we have motion M25-272 by Councilmember Morrell to defer to the meeting of 522. At the bottom of the page, item 46, resolution R25-274 by Councilmember Moreno has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the bottom of page 26, we have ordinance count 34,277 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 27, we have item 18, legislative ordinance count 34,385, motion line over M23-426, motion line over M23-427 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 20, item 19, we have ordinance count 35,011, has been deferred to the meeting of 522. We have item 20, ordinance count 35,035 by Councilmember King has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 29, we have item 21, legislative ordinance count 35,093, motion line over M25-254 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 30, we have item 22, ordinance count 35,101 by Councilmember Harris by request. Ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the Finance Authority of New Orleans for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing affordable housing and sustainable development through the provision of payments in lieu of taxes in the City of New Orleans as more fully detailed in cooperative endeavor form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an ordinance to extend a CA between Finance New Orleans and the City of New Orleans, which was originally executed in 2020. This will be a 10-year extension. Pilots are an invaluable tool to support the city in achieving its affordable housing, economic development, and infrastructure goals. The CEA outlines the partnership between the city and finance, which serves as the city's partner in providing pilots for affordable housing, economic development, and resilient infrastructure. This extension of the CEA allows for product variation in response to city policies and market demands. There are stringent annual reporting and oversight requirements, including annual reporting to all taxing authorities and an annual meeting with the Office of Economic Development and Office of Inclusionary Zoning. Are there any comments? If not, I move. Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. 5 yeas. Thank you.
We have item 23, ordinance calendar 35,102 by Councilmember Thomas by request. Ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans 2022 cooperative endeavor agreement among the City of New Orleans and the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission and Friends of Joe Brown Memorial Park and Louisiana Nature Center. For a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing quality recreational, academic, cultural, and/or economic opportunities for the city's residents by operating a carousel at North Joe Brown Recreation Center for residents of New Orleans as more fully detailed in cooperative endeavor agreement as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
We have some speakers here. I'm waiting for the cards. We can start with Ms. G. Wall, and then I'll announce who the next speakers are after. Ms. Wall, you filled out your card already, didn't you? Ms. Wall.
Good morning, distinguished members of our council. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in full support of our carousel and this cooperative endeavor agreement. I think that this is going to be very transformative for our community, not only for the park, which is considered the jewel of Nord, as Larry says, but the crowning jewel of this carousel. Carousels are a very beautiful, cultural, iconic piece of cultural artistry. But what this represents for the Friends of Joe W. Brown Park, as well as for the entire city of New Orleans, is economic development, and something that we've been a dream of our membership for more than 16 years in the park, and some of our friends are here today, and family, in support of this carousel. We certainly appreciate your support. It's a wonderful thing for our community, and I particularly want to thank our councilman for District E, Oliver Thomas, for seeing this vision with us from day one, and we appreciate the support of all of you all. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Short. Thank you, Ms. Wall.
Good morning. My name is Alexia H. Short. I'm originally from Uptown New Orleans East since New Orleans East. With the St. Mary's Academy out here. And we've been working on this for a long time. And when I tell people who I work with about the carousel, they get really excited. They don't even live out here. And I said, so we're hoping for this. We're fighting for a long time. And this is what we want. Everybody else has one. We need one. We're too large in the community not to have what everyone else has. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Short. Miss Greeley. Miss Eva, are you speaking? Hello. Okay. Miss Greeley, followed by Miss Eva.
Deshae Greeley, 6301 Eastover Drive. I'm gonna say ditto to what Ms. Wall said, and also Alexia, because I live in the East as well, and there are lots of beautiful things that are going on right now, and this is just an added to that. And what this means to us in our community is everything. And so with this piece of artistry is just the start of something grand in the future of what we want to move towards. So I hope that you will all vote for it, and thank you to the council.
Thank you, Miss Eva. You see, put your name on the card so we can have it before you leave.
Good morning, Sheila Washington. Also a long time resident of New Orleans East, formerly Uptown. And we have endeavored to do this for a long time. Tangi and our group, we started off years ago as a vision for us in our community. And we said, why not? So we went and did our homework. We went and researched. We went to City Park, Lafayette Park, and those parks to engage and see what they had. And we had a desire in our hearts to do it as well. And now we're asking for your support. As you can see, I'm probably a little older than the rest of them. So I just want to live to see it. So I would really appreciate your support. I want to thank Councilman Thomas for all of his support for us, and he's done a wonderful job, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. First thing I also want to thank Larry Barabino, Nord, and Keepers of Joe Brown. Councilmember Morrell.
I'll be brief. I want to thank Councilmember Thomas for bringing this matter to our attention. I'd like to be a co-author at the appropriate time. I do think that we all realize that Joe Brown Park is a destination in New Orleans, a destination across the city, and adding additional amenities is both in the best interest of the people of New Orleans East, but also for the people across the entire city that go to enjoy Joe Brown Park. Thank you.
I think you should add all council members' names to this. Ms. Boyd.
Good morning. I'm Malik Boyd, and I know I'm supposed to say something else about not being a part of a particular business. I can't remember. But anyway, I'm here representing New Orleans East matters, and I'm honored to say that we have come to this point in getting our carousel. And I hope and pray that you will support everything that we do in this endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First of all, this wouldn't happen without the Friends of Joe Brown, members of New Orleans East Matters. And if you studied the history of this effort, they went out, formed their organization. They developed a relationship with the consultant. They researched parks that had carousels locally and nationally. And it was truly a community-driven effort. It was one of those things. Receiver, you're right. That was talked about, and then talked about, and then finally the effort was put in to make this a reality. I want to thank Mayor Cantrell, the administration. I want to thank Larry Barabino and Nord because we're finally to the point now where that hard work is now a reality. Where Joe Brown Park is going to get much needed, much wanted carousel. And Ms. Wall knows that she sees me and my family and the kids from our community. We spend a lot of time in Joe Brown Park. I'm usually there, not just with my son and daughter, our grandkids, but with other kids. They're looking forward to this. Not only is it one of New Orleans East's biggest family destination, the park will also be a place now where we have a world-class carousel, just like other parks. So the particulars here, this authorizes the CEA with Friends of Joe Brown. The partnership brings a working carousel to Joe Brown Park, and the carousel will also have an economic impact and footprint, right? It'll bring more traffic, and those funds will be used not only to maintain the carousel, but to add to other attractions. And with that, I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays, and it's adopted. Thank you guys. Give yourselves a hand.
At the bottom of the page, item 24, ordinance council 35,103 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/26.
Madam Clerk, I want to say one thing about my colleagues. This is the Children's Benevolent Fund we're all co-authors of. In light of the fact that it feels like the school board and the city are on the cusp of having a settlement, they're fighting over the last $8 million. I don't believe in rewarding their bad conduct by approving these settlement terms until they come back to the table and get that resolved. So I'm going to hold this up until such time as we see some more movement on that. Thank you.
On page 14, item 1, legislative group demo application of Champagne, application 2426-0003 demo, requiring city council review and approval for the following property located at 1401 to 1403 St. Rock Avenue, Council District C. We are motion M25-277 by Councilmember King, approving the demolition request for property located at 1401-1403 St. Rock Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This property is located in St. Roch as it has long been a source of light in this community, and it's under demolition order by code enforcement. I move to deny this request.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, there are 3 online comments.
You can read them.
The first one is from Stephanie Kirchner. She says, please don't tear down this historic building, the likes of which New Orleans, which give New Orleans its famous character, restore it instead. Victoria Holly says, why are we destroying history? And lastly, Maureen Stam simply says no.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, I will deny the request, and this property is on the list to be demolished by code enforcement. Have a second. Second by Councilman Jeruso. Five yeas, and no nays. Thank you.
Councilmember Green. 6 yeas, 1 no nays. On page 15, we have item 3, HDLC of Jonathan Brasby has been withdrawn at the applicant's request. At the top of page 16, item 4, legislative group HDLC appeal of Irene Kell, requesting to appeal the historic district landmarks decision to levy a fine of $12,000 for an unpermitted partial demolition of the exterior north wall in part of the deviation of the review drawing for property located at 906 Poland Avenue. We are motion M25-278 by Councilmember King, granting the applicant's request and modifying the decision of the HDLC for property located at 906 Poland Avenue.
HDLC of the floor.
Miss. Well, want to make sure Ms. George and Ms. Keel were available, were on their item.
This is an appeal of the Commission's decision to approve the application for retention of the partial demolition of the exterior wall and roof in excess of what was and to levy a fine of $12,000 for the unpermitted demolition. Despite multiple opportunities and generous time to address the violations on the property and secure and stabilize the building, the owners have repeatedly failed to act in good faith. The owners' prolonged neglect and continued lack of attention to protect and maintain the historic structure over the last 8 years has directly resulted in the substantial deterioration of the building, loss of valuable interior and exterior historic building fabric and details, and will likely inevitably lead to the building becoming structurally compromised. Additionally, the multiple HDLC staff consistently advocated for the maintenance and preservation of the historic building, and have worked closely with the owners to work through the construction delays when these issues have been communicated. Based on these factors, including the building's prolonged neglect, repeated violations, and additional unauthorized work, and based on a precedent, demolitions of this scale, staff recommended the Commission vote to approve the request for retention of the partial exterior wall and roof removal, and recommended the Commission levy a Tier 3 fine for this unpermitted demolition. Based on the current assessed building value of $176,000, the Tier 3 fine range was $17,000 to $26,000. At their meeting of April 9, 2025, the Commission reviewed the staff report, the statements of the owner, and after much discussion regarding this very complicated case, Ross Carson, the representative for Bywater, made a motion to approve the application for retention of the partial demolition of the exterior wall and deviation of the review drawing, and levy a fine of $12,000, far below the Tier 3 fine recommended by the staff. Due to the current state of the building, which is a direct result of the owner's continued lack of maintenance and their lack of cooperation with the staff and the HDLC guidelines, we request that you deny this appeal and uphold the determination and fine levied by the HDLC.
Thank you. This property has been undergoing restoration for several years by a local couple who have the support of their neighbors. Unfortunately, due to a number of factors, including termite damage, job site safety, a portion of this historic home was demolished without the required review and approval by HDLC staff. While this outcome is always regrettable, the HDLC did ultimately move to approve the retention of this unpermitted demolition. However, they also assessed a corresponding fine of $12,000. While I appreciate HDLC's position, I believe that forcing this small mom-and-pop team to pay $12,000 will only further delay the work against their efforts to restore their home and quite possibly put a financial burden on them that they can't overcome. Accordingly, our motion to federally disperse this penalty for 1 year. By this time next year, the owners will need to have a framing inspection and have this structure protected from the elements, which includes installation of wall, sheeting, roof decking, house wrap, any roof underlayment. I believe this is a generous time frame, and I wish Mr. and Ms. Kill and Mr. Greger all the best as they work to bring this property back online. With this, I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Harris. All okay. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 5, HDLC appeal of Susan Johnson Town of Carrollton Watch has been deferred to the meeting of 5/22. At the top of page 17, item 6, legislative group and VCC. Okay. At the top of page 18, we have legislative group and IZD 325, Shawnee Park, requesting an appeal to the non-commercial short-term rental interim zoning district, located at 2306 Short Street. Ground motion M25-270 by Councilmember Giroux, denying the applicant's request for IZD 325.
Members, this is somebody who's tried to seek an exemption from short-term rental. IZD, the only argument they had was that it creates a financial hardship, which is everybody's argument they're going to make, and I don't see this as being any different. And as long as we have this in place, barring some sort of extenuating circumstances, I don't see a reason to support this. So I move to approve M25-27. Seconded by Councilmember King. 6 yeas, no nays.
Item 8, zoning docket 1825 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/22. At the top of page 19, we have item 9, legislative group and zoning docket 2025, Mark Gonzalez, requesting the zoning change from an HMR3, Historic Mariners Bywater Residential District, to an HMU, Historic Mariners Bywater Mixed Use District, on square 171, Lot C, in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Dauphine Street, Louisa Street, and Royal Street, municipal address 3100 to 3102 Dauphine Street, recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We are motion M25-280 by Councilmember King, approving in part and denying in part zoning docket 2025 as follows. A zoning change to an HMMU third Maryland by-water mixed-use district as the applicant initially requested is denied. A zoning change to HMC 1 third Maryland by-water commercial district as the applicant requested in his modified application is approved.
Thank you. We have a comment call from Mr. Marcos Alves.
Only to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much. I did want to make a point that the staff of the City Planning Commission has been incredibly helpful. Thank you to them.
That's great to hear. Thank you. This property has a history of neighborhood commercial use. The property owner would like to open an ice cream parlor which enjoys support of neighbors, and I believe it will be a welcome addition to this corner. Due to a misunderstanding of the proposed use, the applicant initially applied for a more intensive commercial zoning district than what was required to accommodate an ice cream parlor. Accordingly, the applicant modified his request to seek the least intensive zoning district required to host this business. With this, I move approval. Second by Councilman Russo. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 20, item 10, legislative zoning docket 2125, Mindset Investments LLC, requesting a conditional use permit of child care center large in an SRS suburban single-family residential district on Square B, Lot 4 and 4, Lakefront subdivision in the 3rd Municipal District, surrounded by Redfish Street, Lincoln Beach Boulevard, Mully Street, and Wells Street, municipal address 7911 Redfish. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval subject to 3 provisos. We are motion M25-75 by Councilmember Thomas, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 2125 subject to 3 provisos.
Conditional use for a child care center approved by the CPC. No opposition from the community. Move approval. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays. The matter passes.
At the top of page 21, we have item 11, legislative street name change 125 by Councilmember King. The proposal is to rename the portion of Jeremiah Avenue between Selling Place and Bennett to Reverend Teaser Green Senior Avenue. The section running from Selling Place to Bennett Street is approximately 0.6 miles. The name change will affect about 48 lots of municipal address in the recommendation of the CPC being for the now. We are motion M25-281 by Councilmember King, approving the applicant's request for street name change 125.
CPC, you have any comments about this?
This proposal fails to meet the criteria that prohibits the fragmentation of any continuous street. The request for trifurcate General Meyer into 3 segments, Newton Street, General Meyer Avenue, and Reverend Taza Green Senior Avenue. Additionally, the proposed street name change would create duplicative street names within New Orleans and is not the shortest meaningful version of the proposed street name. It was heard at the April 8th City Planning Commission hearing where it was unanimously recommended for denial.
Thank you. This, although recommended for denial by CPC, the cut-off community where Mr. Taza Green was a stalwart and beloved, overwhelmingly supports this. I'm going to approve it. Make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 22, we have item 12, legislative group in NCR Special Section 192-23, Leroy the third. Requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1814 Elysian Fields Avenue, Square 884. The CPC staff recommended denial.
For the members of the public and the members of the council, I'll be moving to grant applicant's request. This property is located in the New Marini community. The applicant wants to short-term rent one side of the double, just one unit. I disagree with the City Planning Commission's findings. I know that they have a difficult challenge with regards to these issues, that there are not considerations, as there are multiple commercial uses within the block, and even a block over hair studio, tax service, a tire shop, restaurant, and church. I mention all that for the benefit of community members that I've talked to. So therefore, based on those facts, I move for approval.
We have motion M25-263 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Leroy Fire III for property located on Square 884, Municipal address 1814 Elizabeth Avenue, withdrawing motion M25-264.
It's been seconded by Member Harris. Members, please vote your machines. We at least one more vote. Moreno, Morel. Who would like to join us? Yeas, no nays, very much. Thank you very much for your support for this measure.
At the top of page 23, we have item 13, legislative NSTR special exception 3624, Jesse A. Hines, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception permit to permit one non-commercial short-term rental in the HMR 1 Historic Mary Bywater Residential District, located at 1433 Dauphine Street on Square 265. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have NSTR special exception 5624, Christy Lugase, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception located at 18 Calorex Street on Square 265. The CPC staff recommended approval.
All right, CPC, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. These two applications are for the same square in the Marigny District. The council has already approved one special exception. City Council or City Planning has transmitted the report for NSTR 03624 back in January. However, the applicant for NSTR 05624 filed an injunction that prevented council from acting on NSTR 036. The judge granted the injunction under the requirement that CPC sent the report for NSTR 056-24. They're both recommended for approval because they both sit on the same square, therefore they meet the same criteria. However, the application for NSTR 036-24 was received by CPC in November of 2024, and the application for NSTR 056-24 was received in December. It's our policy not to send any additional special exception requests for a square once the first two have been transmitted to council until after council acts on the second application. If council were to deny NSTR 036-24, then we would be able to process the third application.
Thank you. These matters are being legislative because they were the subject of litigation. CZO 21.8.18 limits the number of special exceptions to one per city square. There's already one special exception on this square, so only one of these applications may be granted by law. A restraining order was filed to prevent the council from hearing the application for 1433 Dauphine Street until they could also hear the application for 918 Calorex Street. Because of this, we're giving both applicants a chance to speak and allowing public comment for both applications. Do we have any online comment? Okay. So we have two cards. First, Miss Christie at 918 Calorex Street.
Good morning. A little nervous. So I am not born and raised in New Orleans. When I had an opportunity to live somewhere, I chose to come to the city because I love the city, I love the history, I love the culture, I love the people. So I bought a home here 2.5 years ago. And during that 2.5 years, I have gone through the process so many times to try to check all the boxes and obtain my STR license. And I was met with roadblock after roadblock, and I tried to appeal, and I was just told apply again. So this has been going on for a very long time. I love being the host in the city. I bought a home and restored it from shambles to reflect the heritage that is New Orleans. When people come here, I personally am telling them the best places to go and where you want to be and where they want to go. And I have such a respect and an affinity for this place. And I know a lot of people with STR applications are facing financial hardships. But the truth of the matter for me is that in the last year I have gone through a divorce and I fought to keep this house. One thing I fought for. And if I'm not granted the STR license that I've been trying to get forever, I do not have any other options other than to sell my home and move. So it's. I feel like this is my last shot at this, and I appreciate your consideration. I have tried through the process to do the right thing, and I just wanted to come here and kind of express that. So thank you for your consideration, and I do appreciate your time.
Thank you. Very welcome. Next we have Laura. Barton.
Barth. Laura Barth, 1000 South Nancy Francis, Executive Consulting. We want to thank you and your staff for reviewing this request. This second special exception application was submitted on September 19th, 2024. It was held up due to a judge's ruling. Jesse Hintz is a local resident, has been a host for over 3 years, has the support of his neighbors. Jesse is a nurse at one of our local hospitals, and he's also struggled to keep his home due to high insurance costs and cost of living. We humbly ask for your support this request and help our local resident keep his home. Thank you.
Thank you. This is not an easy decision. Ultimately, I would consider two factors: the potential impact of the use and the order in which the application was filed. The application at 1433 Dauphine is for two bedrooms where the application for 918 Kilowatt is for 3. So the former represents a less intensive use. Additionally, the Dauphine application fronts a block that is split zone to include a more intensive residential zoning district along Legion Fields, where the Kilowatt application is situated along a fairly low intensive residential zoning district. I believe the former is a more appropriate location for STR. Finally, the Dauphine properties application was received almost a month prior to the application for 918 Kilowatt. Therefore, I'm making the difficult decision to deny the request at 918 Kilowatt and grant the request at 1433 Dauphine. With this, I move to deny the motion at 525-283 and approve motion M25-147.
We'll need two votes, Councilman.
We need 2 votes, okay. So I'm going to first make the motion to deny M25-283. Second by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. Next, we're going to make a motion to approve M25-147. Second by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We have item M25-283 by Councilmember King, denying the request of Christy Luxig for the property located on Square 265 Ram address 918 Kilowatt Street, and withdrawing motion M25-282. We have motion line M25-147 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Jesse A. Hines for property located on Square 265 Ram address 1433 Dauphine Street, withdrawing motion line over M25-146. At the top of page 25, we have legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 5324 to Keisa DJ, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 6024 Mandeville Street on Square 4816. The CPC staff recommended denial.
Thank you very much. Sorry for that delay. The applicant wants a short-term rent one side of the double. I understand the concerns of the City Planning Commission relative to what their responsibilities are. But I do disagree with their findings that there are no considerations. There are multiple commercial uses in the area, including gas stations, fast food restaurants, and a drugstore. Based on the analysis of those facts, and I having gone by the property on multiple occasions, my familiarity with the area, I move for approval of this request.
We have motion M25-261 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of the James D. James property located on square 48 Terminus for address 6024 Mandeville Street, drawing motion M25-265.
Members, it's been moved by myself, seconded by Council President Morrell. Please vote your machines. And if not, all members in favor? Aye. Passes 5 yeas. Thank you very much for your support.
At the bottom of the page, we have NSPR 5424 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 26, we have item 16, legislative group, NSPR special exception 5524 Alpha Green. Requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception located at 341 Calhoun Street, 142. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-271 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the request of Alpha Green for property located on square 140 Fairman for address 341 Calhoun Street.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. 5 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 31, item 25, motion line over M25-180 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. We have item 26, motion line over M25-183 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. Item 27, motion line over M25-184 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 32, item 28, motion line over M25-185 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. Item 29, motion line over M25-186 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. Item 30, motion line over M25-187 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 33, item 31, motion line over M25-188 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. We have item 32, motion line over M25-189 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. Item 33, motion line over M25-190 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 34, item 34, motion line over M25-235 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. Item 35, motion line over M25-236 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. Item 36, motion line over M25-237 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 35, item 37, motion line over M25-238 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. Item 38, motion line over M25-239 has been deferred to the meeting of 522. At the top of page 36, we have item 39, legislative group, a resolution line over R25-252 by Councilmember Morrell. That the city council commence an investigation into current working conditions for city employees, including allegations of harassment, retaliation, arbitrary hiring decisions of the Department of Public Works, and may encompass any other departments, office, or agencies where working conditions may be impacting the work product of city employees due to harassment, retaliation, or arbitrary and capricious treatment in accordance to the Home Rule Charter, Section 3-124. We have an amendment to this resolution, R25-252. It's been withdrawn, and we have a substitute amendment to resolution, R25-252. An amendment to resolution, R25-252 to expand the scope of investigation into working conditions for city employees to include allegations of unsuitable or dangerous environmental conditions and to include certain additional city offices or departments. On page 1, the first be resolved paragraph is amended to read as follows. Be it resolved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that the City of New Orleans, in accordance with Home Rule Charter Section 3-124, does hereby commence an investigation into current working conditions for city employees, including any physical, psychological, or social factors that may be impacting the work product of city employees. The investigation shall include allegations of harassment, retaliation, arbitrary and capricious treatment, and unsafe or unhealthy working conditions within the Department of Public Works, Mayor's Office of Housing Policies and Community Development, the Office of Workforce Development, and any other offices or departments responsible for supervising or directing the personnel or activities of those departments and offices. The investigation may encompass any other departments, offices, or agencies where working conditions may impact the work product of city employees due to harassment, retaliation, arbitrary and capricious treatment, or unsafe or unhealthy working conditions.
Thank you. On the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So, as you know, we have been in receipt on numerous occasions of differences in which we've seen harassment on a variety of different ways, whether it be due to supervisors calling their employees' names on video, whether it be because of exposés we've had regarding troubling environmental conditions such as roofs caving in trailer offices that people have been in for 2 decades without adequate AC for 7. And we also have additionally new whistleblowers that have come forward on other departments that have given us some very troubling information. So this simply seeks to give us the tools to have a holistic, comprehensive look into all these allegations to try and do right by city employees to show that we take these allegations seriously, and we're not simply going to continue to push them off to allow for an investigation to take forever. I want to highlight particularly when I say take forever. We had a hearing in these chambers in the fall of last year regarding the accusations of significant verbal harassment and intimidation at DPW. We were sure that there would be a prompt response, and we have been told on numerous occasions at that same table that a report's incoming, and that report has never materialized. So I think this is an opportunity for the council to stand up and say, we're taking these allegations seriously, and we'll give them the investigation they deserve. That's what the amendment does. I'll move on the amendment. Can I get a second on the amendment? Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. All right, 5 yeas, no nays. Amendment's adopted. Mr. Burnside. Is there any online comments needed? Okay, thank you.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Having been a worker at certain points in my life, I'm certainly not in favor of verbal harassment, and I'm certainly not in favor of intimidation. If you're going to conduct an investigation, some human being is going to have to be the person conducting it, to be hired, an outside consultant done these kind of investigations before. If that's true, you're going to need to appropriate money. If you're going to do the investigation and not rely on the administration, then there's certain nuts and bolts that aren't included in this resolution. It might be included in a calendar ordinance. The next thing I want to bring up is harassment often works both ways. We expect the leader to just suck it up and deal with it. Many leaders can assure you that at some point in their life, they too have been verbally harassed, if not intimidated. So I would suggest strongly, in the interest of fairness, that you carefully listen to how the employees are treating their bosses, as much as you are listening to how their bosses are treating them. Because usually dysfunctional workplaces manage to be strong enough to corrupt even the best people. Person may go in there, a loving father and a church member, come out with steam coming out of his ears. So if you're going to investigate this, I would suggest that you pay some person who's done this work before, and that you look from both sides. It's my understanding that DPW has had at least 6 people leading that department in the 10 years that I've lived in this city. Some of those people were interns, some of those were acting, some of them were just chiefs of staff in the absence of any director at all. But there's been at least 6 human beings that I've interacted with. And that's the definition of a broken department from both angles. And while we're on the subject, I think all the meter maids and tow truck drivers should be sent over to the police. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See no other comment. I'll move to adopt as amended. Can I get a second, please? Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Thank you.
At the bottom of page 37, we have resolution R25-267 by Councilmember Morrell, recognizing the crew of Hermes substantial contributions to the city of New Orleans. The Friday before Mardi Gras Day shall henceforth be known as Hermes Friday.
We lack a quorum, so we'll stand at ease for the moment. Thank you. Thought there was going to be a speaker on this, but we'll move expeditiously. That is what we do here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is simply a resolution recognizing the crew of Hermes for their substantial contribution to the city, and simply proclaim the Friday before Mardi Gras where Hermes rolls as Hermes Fridays. That's what it does. I will move to adopt. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
At the top of page 39, we have item 47, resolution R25-276 by Councilmembers Thomas, Green, Jeruso, Harris, Moreno, and King, opposing SB 242 and encouraging Senator Owens to withdraw the legislation so that the council with SBNO and the legislators may continue its work to improve the services provided to the New Orleanians.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. SB 242, as proposed by Senator Owen, would usurp the Council's regulatory authority powers over the SWEBNO, give the Louisiana Public Service Commission that responsibility. Of course, if you understand the history of 1985, the voters here and the people here rejected that. This would be harmful to the residents if there would be 4 to 10 meetings that would be held anywhere in the state to advocate for their interests right here in New Orleans. Over the last time, as I said before, the voters chose the people when they matter to vest that authority right here with the city of New Orleans. The council's oversight of rates and billing practices was held ratepayers by providing recourse for customers faced with inaccurate bills. And the work that Councilmember Jeruso and Morrell and others have done, I think it's gotten ahead of this issue. But lastly, this love affair with some and others for the state to be more in the middle of the city's business, and in many cases to take over city authority. Sometimes it's baffling to me. I'm proud of a couple of things. I'm proud to be Louisiana, and I'm also proud to be New Orleanian. But the state has a lot of work to do. The state of Louisiana is 50th when you talk about crime and corrections. The state of Louisiana is 49th when you talk about its economy. And when you talk about crime, in the last FBI report a couple of years ago, the top 10 cities in the state of Louisiana in crime, New Orleans wasn't in the top 10. There were 10 other cities listed in the FBI report. The state is 47 when it comes to education. 41st in fiscal responsibility. When you talk about our seniors and families and health care, the state is 46 in health care. The state is 49th in infrastructure. There are 14 water systems in the state that receive a D or F grade. Of course, everybody knows already. And in terms of the environment, we're called Sportsman's Paradise. The state is 49th in protecting its environment, and for our young folk in the state that's a losing population. population in a region that's losing population, except stabilization in St. Bernard and some of the growth in St. Tammany. The state is 44th when you talk about opportunity. The young people either to stay here or move here. And in the October 2024 report, if you combine safety and infrastructure, the report says the state of Louisiana is the worst state in the nation. So how does the pot called the kettle in many cases black? I think one of the best things the state can do with us is many of the mandates that Councilmember Green consistently talks about, that the fiscal mandates they passed on to us for the last several decades. Mayors have fought against that. Budget gurus like Jim Singleton have highlighted. Maybe it would be better for them to be a partner, share some of the fiscal burden instead of a state that struggles in every category. When you line them up with the other states to continue to divert the attention away from the work that they're not doing, to shore up their responsibility to politically pick on a city that is leading in overall crime reduction, and that it has had more infrastructure work done than any other city in the state. So with that, I move adoption. Councilmember Green. And I'm sorry we have cards. Councilmember Morrell.
All right. Couple of points. One, thank you for bringing this resolution. I'd like to be as a co-author, but I do want to give an update. As of last night, this bill has been deferred. And I do want to thank, I think it's important to highlight the efforts of our three delegation members in the Senate, Senator Jimmy Harris, Senator Joe Bowie, Senator Royce Duplessis, on their efforts working with the Municipal Affairs Committee in the Senate to also work with the other members of that committee, Senator Kathy, Senator Jay Morris, and Senator Franklin Foyle. I know that Council Vice President Moreno and I also engaged working with the committee on this issue. I do want to highlight that we did so under the leadership of the New Orleans delegation senators, but this bill has been deferred in recognition of the council's efforts to work with all parties to fix the sewage and water board. And this bill was not in the best interest, as Councilman Thomas has said, very eloquently, of our ratepayers, because in a very basic way, the idea that a ratepayer would have to drive to Baton Rouge to argue and view rate plans, and the other challenges facing the sewage and water board, such as you cannot set rates like the sewage and water board is a public utility when it chooses to the state to not be recognized as a public utility. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas, your legislation calls for the withdrawal of the legislation. I know it's been deferred. I support the withdrawal of the legislation. But I think that you so eloquently mentioned some of the points that I was probably going to mention, because I'm so tired of the city of New Orleans being beat up on, where the state has so many things on us, including issues relative to how we care for and work with those who are unhoused. Very honestly, I look for more of a partnership. Very honestly, some of the things that I've seen. I remind us all that the Sewage and Water Board task force that the governor set up did not include a member of the city council. That's fine. At the end of the day, we have a very important role that we play. But since that task force released its recommendations, none of them have been acted upon. And I'll tell you one of the reasons. Because it's a little bit more difficult than it seems to get certain things done relative to the Sewage and Water Board, which is continually emphasize subdivision of the state of Louisiana. The city of New Orleans has engaged whomever asked for support for the Sewage and Water Board in a way that is above board, where we communicate with others. We put significant dollars into, for example, the power complex and other matters. We went before the legislature because we had to do that because we were concerned about the billing issues, and that's why there are fewer issues. Now, the city of New Orleans is a willing partner, but we need to be a partner. And legislation such as this and other legislation needs to include a discussion
discussion with the seven members of this city council who are sitting here because we have been generous in our support to initiatives that really fall on the state of Louisiana. I don't want to go into maintenance of homeless encampments on state-owned property, for example, and the failure of the state to maintain its state thoroughfares that run straight through New Orleans, including Chef Highway, Claiborne Avenue, St. Claude Avenue, Port of Elysian Fields, and the like. I think that we've done our fair share and that we need to be respected. And in this respect, I ask that it's been delayed. I ask that it be withdrawn. Councilmember Harris.
Well, since we're talking about the unhoused, there are two bills that are pending at the state. One that would criminalize being unhoused, and that is proposed by Senator Owens. Encourage Senator Owens to stay out of the business of New Orleans. The other one is proposing a private right of action or allowing the Attorney General to come in to sue the city if we do not immediately clear homeless encampments, and that includes encampments that are on state property, as Councilmember Green just said. We are trying to work with the representative who is from New Orleans who is proposing this. But again, opening our doors to allow the state to come in to dictate what the city does with its citizens. And let me be clear, the unhoused people here are citizens. To allow that to happen is abhorrent, and I encourage everyone on this council to reach out to that particular representative to say, we do not appreciate or where we stand with allowing the AG to come in to sue the city of New Orleans. That's what I want to say on this, and I hope that if it comes before this council, that you will stand with me on a resolution opposing such state legislation.
Well, before Councilmember Giarrusso speaks, as a New Orleans kid who used to watch Morgus and Chopsley on Friday night frights, one of the things about mentioning opening doors of the state coming in, the one thing me and my siblings learned is that Dracula couldn't come into the house unless he was invited. Councilmember Giarrusso.
I wasn't going to go quite as far back as Morgus, but I won't be too far away. For me, this is history repeating itself. I said this to Councilmember Thomas the other day. There are very few things I remember my grandfather politically doing. One of them that's seared into my mind is get Nopsey back. And that was when New Orleans had allowed Nopsey to go to the PSC, and then we fought to get Nopsey and energy back under our control. I don't understand how either a legal or pragmatic matter this is good for the citizens of New Orleans. We've already lived this and seen how it's gone sideways in the past. So what's old is new again is not good for us. And number two, with no disrespect to anybody who serves on the Public Service Commission, how does somebody in Shreveport, Monroe, Lafayette know what's good for New Orleans? And they haven't been elected by the body here to represent their interests. So I worry that not only we have the city's most important utility, but that we don't have the requisite representation on there to represent interests of the people of the city of New Orleans. Thank you.
Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. It's like tag on different subjects, right?
I'm loving the tag. Loving it.
Councilmember Giarrusso, you mentioned obviously the Nopsey issue, and in discussions about this legislation, some said it's like, well, what do you think about the council regulating Energy New Orleans? And I've said that it's like the people of New Orleans have been able to benefit from that due to the fact that in the city of New Orleans, we have done much more than any other territory when it comes to the expansion of renewables, when it comes to community solar, when it comes to being only one little blue dot throughout the Gulf South renewable clean portfolio standard. When it comes to being really the only jurisdiction that is doing all of the grid enhancements for post-storm hardening, that was not put on ratepayers' back. We were able to do that through settlement dollars and through grant dollars. So we have been able to lean in and do things differently than the PSC because we are hearing directly from the people we serve. And so with this particular PSC legislation,
whether it's this or whether it's the one for the stormwater management fee coming from the PSC. I want to remind you all that the PSC, when they meet, they move around the state, and sometimes these meetings are in hunting camps. In hunting camps. And so for someone from New Orleans having a problem with the sewage and water board, having to drive hours and hours to a hunting camp location just makes no sense. So in the same vein, don't get me wrong, I think all of us here agree that there do need to be real changes and reforms to the sewage and water board. But that should be done in a partnership with all different stakeholders, not just one party coming in and deciding for the city of New Orleans what should be the best way for us to do things when it's us here who are actually living in the city of New Orleans who know what's best. Thank you.
Mr. Burnside, the hunting camp isn't so bad, but we don't want to be as hunted. We're the state's partner. We're not the state's prey. Councilmember Burnside.
Councilperson Thomas. A few times in my last few months that I really regret only having 2 minutes. I used to enjoy being able to get my message across in 2 minutes. I thought it was a pleasant challenge.
Which one?
Unfortunately, we seem to have bounced all over the place. I'll agree with Councilperson Green that deferral is not the same as withdrawal, and certainly withdrawal would be in order. I could speak on homeless for a long time, but I only have a minute and a half left, and I could certainly talk about regulating energy for an amazingly long time. Again, I only have a minute and 20 seconds left. So as a transplant here who owns property, I'll make a few comments. Loving the city's hard. It's an interesting challenge. Some days I love it a lot, and some days I wonder if I'm in a domestic violence relationship with it. But what I will say is it's very strange. It's strange to realize actually how weak the city is. City Park's not owned by the city. It's owned by the state. That's odd. It should be called State Park. The city does not own the Superdome. The city does not own the Convention Center. The city does not own the Pelicans Play. The city does not own a lot of stuff, including the University Medical Center.
Nothing along the port.
It doesn't own the port. It isn't an amazing thing. You begin to wonder what is the city really in charge of. The state won't even sell Charity Hospital building to a developer that buy it and put it on the property tax rolls. The state and the city have not gone along for a very long time, and transplants like myself sometimes don't know the history and sometimes don't know the reasons. But we know strangeness when we see it because we've lived other places. And the city's strange in certain good ways that keep me here, but the city's strange in certain bad ways that encourages me to leave. And I'd rather say that if Jefferson Parish can have a Department of Public Works that's got 1,000 employees in it, and does everything the sewage and water board does, which is a state agency.
Why is the subject of water in a state agency and not in the Department of City Government? Relevant questions to those of us who agree.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any online comment? Do you have another comment?
We have one from Jennifer Coulson. She says, this is badly needed.
Well, I was definitely loving the commentary given the moment in time that we're under, and I think sometimes when we don't like individuals and personalities politically, jump on board and we forget that we're New Orleans. And we forget that this isn't new. The Dutch Memorial battles with the state. Many of those papers are still in your library. I talk about the attempts to take over sewage and water board in Audubon Park back then. The battles about pump station, who controls and who pays for that mega pump station. That's on the line separating our parishes. And who controls that? Then of course, if you want to walk down history's lane, the Constitutional Convention in the 1890s dealt with demographics and people, black code, Jim Crow laws, and then consequential constitutional conventions after that controlled in many cases didn't give us control over property rights and how we maintain revenues. So Councilmember Harris, you're absolutely right. You got to be careful when you open the door to Dracula, because if he comes in, not only does he bite and infect everybody, But he never tries to improve your house. So it's just baffling to me how a state that ranks last in so many categories can pick on a city that's one of the top tourism places in the world per capita. It's number one in cuisine and culture. And in the 2011 and 12 report, when the New York Times did the study, that said if you take New Orleans out of the state of Louisiana, it would be one of the most violent places in America per capita. We didn't say that. That's what professionals say. So the stereotype may work for some people. But I would think that the state would want to partner with us to work with us, so that we could fix our challenges that we have in the city. We love the partnership with Troop Nolan, Councilmember Green. We always highlight that. But the state from its infrastructure to its water systems, to how we manage our economy consistently ranks last. So while they're partnering with us to fix us, maybe state leaders ought to spend a little more time focusing on their deficiencies while we continue to build on our strengths. Move adoption. 6 yeas. No nays. Who was the second by? Councilmember Harris. Secretary Russo. Councilmember Green. 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion. Resolution is adopted. Seven. Okay, well, even me. That's why it's good to have other people helping. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you, my colleagues. It's adopted.
We have item 48, motion M25-284 by Councilmember King by request. Adding the President of Council as a signatory to the intercreditor ordination disbursement agreement between the City of New Orleans and the Office of Community Development and the WD Phase 2LP, and authorizing the President of Council to sign the intercreditor subordination and disbursement agreement between the City of New Orleans and the Office of Community Development, WD Phase 2LP. We need to vote to receive.
Adopted by me, second by Councilmember Moreno. Five yeas, no nays. Thank you. Six.
We need to vote to add this to the agenda. You could go ahead, Councilmember King.
All right. Move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? 6 yeas. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We have item 49, resolution R25-285 by Councilmember Thomas, a resolution stating that the organization that the city is requesting to receive grant funds and the amount of the award is New Orleans Community Support Foundation, $150,000. We need the vote to receive.
Move to receive. Aye.
We need the vote to add to the agenda.
Move to add it to the agenda.
You could vote.
Move adoption of the resolution as amended.
At the top of page 17, item 6, legislative grouping VCC appeal of John Williams has been withdrawn at the applicant's request. At the top of page, we have item 2, legislative grouping HDLC appeal of Paul L. Laura, requesting to appeal the HDLC Commission's decision to deny demolition application for property located at 7519 Hampton Street. We have motion M25-68 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the applicant's request for property located at 7519 Hampton Street and overruling the HDLC's decision.
Ms. Burke, your report.
7519 Hampson Street is a contributing building located in the Carrollton Partial Control Demolition Review District. The owner applied to demolish the property in 2019 and was denied by the commission. Since that time, the building is sat vacant and neglected, and a fire occurred in 2019, further damaging the building. The owner is now again asking to demolish the structure. FEMA survey research indicates that 7519 Hampson was constructed from 1875 to 1885. The approximately 130-year-old house retains its historic style, scale, and many of its original features, such as two over two wood windows, operable louvered wood shutters, decorative leaded eyelet windows, terracotta chimney pot, Spanish ridge tiles, wood and stucco gable motif, and wood weatherboards. Additionally, the eclectic nature of its detailing shows the building was transitioned from the late 19th and early 20th century taste, an important story of changing trends in architecture. While rehabilitation of the building would be costly, the level of work needed would not be uncommon for a building of this age and style. In addition, this block contains no modern architectural intrusions. Based on the extent architectural detailing of this building and its contributing nature to an intact block of historic structures, staff recommended denial of the demolition of the building. At the meeting of April 9, 2025, the Commission agreed with the recommendation of the staff and voted unanimously to deny the demolition.
Ms. Burke, are there any pictures of the interior in the report? I just want to make sure because you look at the facade, it looks all right, but kind of like not letting Dracula inside, you pop the hood, and it looks a little bit different. And HDLC obviously gives no consideration to issues like doubles to dorms or other matters that affect neighbors right next door. You're focusing solely on the historic aspect. Is that correct?
The HDLC does not have jurisdiction over use.
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, Ms. Laurie, I know you don't have a card, but you're here, and then I'll get to in order, Mr. Baynard, and if I'm saying your last name wrong, hang on, William's going to go first, then you. Jim Derby, Susan Johnson, John DeLeo, and Mary Nell Nolan Wheatley. Yes, you go first. And everybody will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello. My name is Colleen Warrior. I reside at 7535 Hampson Street, which is directly next door to the property in question. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip over my statement regarding the condition of the house and jump to HDLC's claim that the house retains its original style and many of its original features. This is inaccurate. Paul Appeal from Trapper Architects described the structure as follows. The original scale of the house has already been doubled, exaggerating the smaller scale of the home. The ground floor has much lower ceiling height than the second floor addition, creating an oddly proportionate elevation. Another architect who lives in our neighborhood who supports the project wrote, the building is clearly in very poor condition, has been significantly altered from its original form, and is structurally compromised. One of the main contributors to this incongruity is the middle back portion, which has a flat roof, clearly not part of the original massing. Additionally, there are no other houses on the 7500 block space that aesthetically resemble the structure is an English Tudor, Gothic, or Cajun swamp cabin. These professionals did not agree with the HDLC that the house maintained its original scale. I would like to share with you that the people in our neighborhood overwhelmingly support this project. Of the 11 homeowners in the 7500 block, we have one homeowner who opposes, two who are neutral, and 8 who support. In the adjacent properties, there are 33, including the condominium building directly behind this property. We have one singular opposition, one neutral, and 31 homeowners who support. This represents 94% of the adjacent properties. We also have support of Mari, our neighborhood association. The final thing I will say is that my husband and I do not take lightly the decision to seek this permit. We consider our preservationists. We restored over 30 houses in the Carrollton neighborhood and never applied to demolish one prior to this purchase.
Ms. Loria, I have one or two questions for you. You all have filed a deed restriction that upon demolition limits whatever is being there to a single family house. Is that correct?
Correct. When we initially filed, there was a lot of opposition because people were concerned about what we would build. So that's why we went to neighbors and proposed to them that we wanted to strictly build a single-family home that was in line with the other properties on our side of the street. And that's why we were able to get support from those neighbors. And we had filed a deed restriction that is in perpetuity. If we were to sell the property, that would go on with anybody that would purchase it.
You answered my second question, which is it not only applies to you, but it runs with the land.
Correct, and that was notarized, and Crescent Title was filing that with the city.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So in order, Baynard, and again, if I said your name wrong, please let me know. Jim Derby, Susan Johnson, John DeLeo, Mary Nelson, Wheatley, and then Mr. Burnside. You have info only, so you go last. Go ahead, sir.
So it's actually Jeff Barnyard, and I'm at 7513 Hampson Street, so I'm the next door neighbor to the property, so I would be the most affected neighbor regarding this demolition application. I would first off say that, you know, I know Colleen has some experts or some people to talk about that, you know, the property has lost its architectural uniqueness or whatnot, but, you know, I would defer to the HDLC on those matters. You know, they have experts that go out and vet those sort of issues, and we've got two HDLC boards that have unanimously voted against demolition. So, you know, they've looked at the architectural aspects of it and come to the conclusion that demolishing it would not preserve the uniqueness of this neighborhood and the character of the neighborhood. If you look at the one of the big issues, you know, a lot of times when you're asking for demolition, the property will be in real disrepair. You'll see a house that's falling down, and if they pull the picture up, or when they first pull the picture up, you'll see that this house is far from that. It's structurally sound. L'Oreal's also hired an engineer with they put in a report with their original application to discuss those matters, and their own engineer does at no point in their report state that the house is structurally unsound. He comes to the conclusion just like the HDLC does, that look, it's going to be expensive to remodel this house, but you know, nobody says it's impossible, of course. If you look at also the city's, the New Orleans Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance and Master Plan, the purpose, one part of that plan states that the purpose is for the preservation and enhancement of historic buildings and places. So if you were to vote for the demolition, you would contradict that established city policy. So I would ask that you vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Derby, and everybody who comes to the podium, I know you stated, sir, but everybody, please say your name, your address, and I know most of you, but obviously whether you're paid to be here today.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
My name is Jim Durbis. I live at 1671 Robert Street. I've been a preservationist for as long as I've been a practicing attorney, which is about 56 years. I won in 1985 the award from the Historic District's Landmarks Commission for the finest residential restoration of that period, which is now the Durbis Mansion on the Bayou Road in Tonti. I've also won two statewide awards from the state of Mississippi for a project that I did called the Woodville Lofts and Studios with my wife Jan Katz. And I can tell you that project, when I started, was in worse shape than what I've seen of the interiors of this building. What is not being said here, and I think what should be said, is that there are historic tax credits available. And those historic tax credits can make a considerable difference in the restoration of this building. I've done five historic tax credit projects, two in New Orleans and three in Mississippi. It saves taxpayer dollars. It saves me as a taxpayer the amount of the credit. I'd like to remark on the fact that it seems to me that there should be a burden of proof here. I know that some of you are practicing lawyers. I've been a practicing lawyer, as I said a moment ago. We all deal with the burden of proof. It seems to me that decisions of the Historic Districts Landmarks Commission should be entitled to a presumption of correctness unless a burden of proof to overcome that is sustained. I don't see that.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Susan Johnson, John DeLeo, and then Mary Nell Nolan Wheatley.
Susan Johnson, 2822 Page Street, Town of Carrollton, Watch. I am not paid to be here. I'm a Carrollton native who's been tracking development, especially dorm development in Carrollton on a volunteer basis for the past 5 years. Concerning 7519 Hampson, the HDLC Preservation Resource Center and Louisiana Landmark Society have all judged this house this house has great architectural value and can be rehabilitated. They are professional preservationists. The owners are applying for a full demolition permit for the second time in 6 years. They are professional developers. The neighborhood association is afraid that the old house would be rehabbed into rental or D2D. And indeed, developer activity continues in the neighborhood with a new purchase every other week. This dilemma is no Gordon Plaza, but it's important to our neighborhood. To my mind, the attempt to demolish 7519 Hampson is an opportunistic land grab, and literally anything could happen as a result. Please deny the demolition, and the 30-day appeal period should be strictly reserved. Please hold the line. Thanks.
Thank you. Susan, I just also wanted to say thank you for your email yesterday.
Yes,
It was the most thoughtful response I received from anybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Dr. DeLeo, and then Mary Nell.
My name is John DeLeo. I live at 1219 Pine Street. As Councilman Giarrusso pointed out, I'm 0.7 miles away from this property, so I'm not a near neighbor, but I'm just a neighbor. But I am a New Orleanian. There are things that New Orleans has that other cities don't have. Some of them are great, some of them are small. The cathedral is a great one. The Cabildo is a great one. The small things are Roast Beef Po' Boy and Parkway. Those kind of things. But there's a vast middle ground of things that make New Orleans unique and make it stand apart from the low ranking that Louisiana has that you all have been bemoaning. And one of the things that is in this vast middle ground is the architecture, the residents, the neighborhood. Carrollton has a particular vibe, as do other neighborhoods, and it is properties like this one that give Carrollton that vibe, not in its current state of neglect, but in what it could be. I reject the proposal to allow demolition of this property. I think that kind of mindset chips away at the character of our city, and the character of our city helps build the reputation positively of Louisiana, something that other parts of the state cannot say. So again, I reject the proposal to allow demolition.
Thank you, Dr. DeLeo. All right, Mary Nell Nolan Wheatley.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Mary Nell Nolan Wheatley with the Preservation Resource Center, 923 Tchoupitoulas Street. To start, it has been great to see how many members of the public have engaged with this application, showing up in meetings, writing letters, sending emails, and making phone calls. The PRC has been aware of 7519 Hampson Street since the current owner acquired the property and applied to demolish it in 2019. The historic building was subsequently highlighted in the celebrated New Orleans Architecture Series volume on Carrollton. We agreed with the HDLC's decision to deny the application in 2019, and we agree with their decision to deny the application now. We had hoped that the owner might revisit the renovation plans that HDLC approved just 7 months ago, which included the demolition of the fire damage section in the rear of the property, but maintained the main historic section of the house that the HDLC found was not beyond repair. We continue to be concerned about the precedent that appeals like this set, where owners are granted exceptions after neglecting a historic property for years. This house has loads of potential. Rehabilitating it would alleviate neighbors' concerns about its condition and benefit the entire community and neighborhood. Thanks for your time, and Councilmember Giarrusso, we're looking forward to what we discussed about setting up a meeting, see how we can offer help in the future.
But we have some business to discuss before we get to that, so please stay there. What's your position with the PRC?
I'm the advocacy director.
Okay, and you're here today speaking on behalf of the Resource Center?
Yeah.
Are you responsible for the content of PRC's social media?
Not for all of it, but for the advocacy posts, yes, I write those, and then we have a social media post them, and
so the one that was written 2 days ago about this property, you're not only responsible for it, but you wrote.
You'll have to remind me which one was 2 days ago, the one saying that you had filed a motion to appeal the appeal.
And then called it unnecessary and unwise.
Yes, I did write that, yes.
Do you agree that it should be the objective of PRC to be fair and objective in its reporting?
Fair, certainly, yeah. I mean, objective, we are Preservation Resource Center, so we are looking to preserve the historic character of the city. But yes, certainly fair, yeah.
Does that include gathering all the facts?
Yes. And we certainly try to gather as many facts as are available publicly. We gather all the information that's available to us.
Let me get to that. Are you a licensed architect in Louisiana?
I am not.
Are you a licensed engineer in Louisiana?
No.
All right. You said that you endeavor to gather all the facts. That's literally my next question. Besides reviewing the HDLC report, what else have you done to gather as many facts as possible?
Well, we have heard from neighbors in the area. We have heard from concerned residents of the city. We did research on the history of the property. We've attended the HDLC meetings. And yes, we rely on the expertise of the HDLC. I feel very fortunate that we have such a wonderful staff there.
Did you speak to the Laureas?
Not directly, no. Again, they were at the HDLC meetings where I was also attending.
But again, like, you are here in an advocacy capacity. In my view, is good advocacy. Whatever side you're on, considering all the sides possible. Because even if you have a point of view, you want your point of view to be reflective of all the facts available. So you didn't speak to the Laureas directly.
Well, I didn't call them, that's true, but they offered their side of the argument at the meeting, which is a public meeting which I attended. So, if there were things that they didn't share at that meeting that they would like to have shared with us, we are an organization they can call us anytime.
And you likewise can call them or speak to them since you were at the meeting.
That's true, but I'm not sure why I would call them. They presented their argument for why they wanted to demolish the building, and so we received that information.
The map there, Claire, can you get in tighter on all the green places, please? For all of those neighbors, and not any disrespect to Jeff or other person who's close, but for all the near neighbors, to any of those people.
I mean, I didn't.
Yes or no question. Did you speak to them?
Well, probably, yes. I mean, I've spoken to Jeff Bernier, who spoke earlier.
The people who support who are represented on those green dots. Did you speak to them?
No, I did not speak to them directly. I mean, I'm not in the habit of just calling people. I did read all the letters that were submitted, so I heard the opinions.
Did you attend any meetings of the neighborhood association, Mari?
I did not because I had just had a baby, but I did watch the video to get the input. I watched the recording of it, so I did hear people's opinion.
Okay. Mari is not known for being developer friendly. Did you submit anything to Mari? And by you, I mean PRC, not Mary now. Did PRC submit anything to Mari asking them to question their views or take a different position?
No.
Has PRC ever done any work with doubles in order to prevent proliferation of them in the Carrollton area?
My predecessor may have been involved. I have not personally done anything specifically about that. Usually we haven't focused on that recently.
Would you agree that converting homes that are meant for residents and changing their nature so that they serve only students is not good preservation?
I think it depends on the circumstance. I think it has been a risky precedent that's been set. But it certainly depends on the individual case, I think.
Okay. So in any of your outward communications, did you ever tell anybody that the Lorias were free to sell this home and their other home, which could become doubles to dorms?
No.
And there's nothing you're aware of that would prevent them from selling either home and converting that to doubles to dorm.
No.
Were you ever aware before today about the land use restriction?
The land use. You mean the deed restriction that you just mentioned? I didn't know about that specifically, but I would have loved if you had told me about that when I emailed you. First was my concerns on April 22nd. That would have been great. I asked for, I said, we're here as a resource and we'd love to engage on this. And you said thank you, and that was it.
Yes, I did say thank you.
Yeah.
What's going
on? So I would, in the future, I think that would be really helpful information. I think it wouldn't have changed how we feel about this because obviously there's no jurisdiction over what
you have to understand that what we're faced with is potentially not allowing a demolition being converted to a double dwelling or allowing a demolition. You understand that?
I do understand this.
Yes. And you think that in your advocacy role, it was completely fair not to talk to the owners, not to talk to near neighbors, not to follow the neighborhood organization, and not to mention the scourge of doubles to dorms in any of your outward communications.
I see what you're getting at here, but our role is to advocate for the historic character of the city of New Orleans. So I wasn't getting into what will be replacing this building because for us, we don't think the building should be demolished. We don't think that negligent owners should be rewarded.
But you said that your objective is to be fair.
Yeah, and so we presented the facts that are available.
No, that's not true. You did not present the facts. Did you present anywhere in writing on a social media post all the near neighbors who supported the demolition?
I didn't include a list of all, but I did say many neighbors were in support of it. I did specifically say that in the first post, and also in the first post that we wrote that summarized the April HDLC meeting. I mentioned that, in fact, there were more neighbors who spoke in support, and I did say that specifically, so I'd be happy to pull all that up.
Did you post in any post that the neighborhood association, who's generally not for development, supported demolition?
No, when I listened to that recording, I did see that they voted in favor of it, but I also heard in the meeting that a number of people were concerned or felt that they had no opposition to it necessarily, but it didn't sound like a resounding support.
This is my point. You are getting up here and you are advocating and saying you are being fair. And in your fairness, you are omitting critical details from what you are telling the public. That is not fair and objective advocacy.
We have very thorough posts that we include, and it includes just the facts.
You've omitted facts. You've admitted that you did not include Maury. You've admitted that you did not include doubles to dorms. You omitted other factors that are a part of this.
To us, that wasn't relevant in the decision that we were making to argue for the preservation of the property. I think, yes, we can't include every single thing that has ever happened in relation to this property, but we included the pertinent facts.
It's not the pertinent facts. The failure to include what could happen with doubles to dorms does not create a false equivalency. It creates a situation where people don't understand what could happen. And then I have to explain to them, and then they say to me, well, that's not a choice, and it is.
Yeah.
So it is a highly relevant fact, one for which the PRC has never been engaged in for the years that I've had to write the legislation, deal with the neighbor, and rewrite the legislation.
Well, in the future, I am very interested in getting as much information as possible. And so again, when I reached out to you originally, the day that the appeal was included in the City Council agenda on April 22nd, I would have loved for you to have shared that information, your concerns, and to have engaged in a dialogue. That was not available to me with your responses.
You all put things on social media without having communication and without doing all of your homework. And you decide what you think is relevant and not what the community needs to know what is relevant. And we will continue to have an issue as long as you and the PRC continue to engage in that. And fail to adequately disclose all of the circumstances, the relevant circumstances. Because I agree with you, not all facts are relevant. You're right about that. But the failure to disclose relevant facts that PRC continues to engage in is a serious problem and is not good advocacy.
Well, we certainly hope that we can engage in a dialogue, and I understand that there are ways that I can improve, and I'm looking for an open dialogue in the future. I hope that you can respond to my communications with you with more information than just thank you and have a good evening. So that would be great.
A lot of times where it takes us lowly district council members is almost to the day to get to something. And even when we file something, it takes time beyond that. Your practice is to file stuff on social media before you have all the facts. And you've demonstrated it repeatedly, both on Chapatoulas and with this property. And so I urge you, this is not anything other than a request. Before you press send, pick up the phone and have a conversation about all the dynamics. So you can decide. If you decide, I will say this too in closing. If you have to zing me or any of my colleagues because you disagree with the position we've taken after having conversation and understanding and providing the relevant facts, that's democracy. We should live with that, and we should expect it. But that's not what's happened.
And I'll just say, we're not interested in zinging anybody. We provided your email just saying that people should engage with you.
That is not what we've done in either occasion. Writing things that are unnecessary and unwise without including all the information is 100% a zing. It is. And you should just own it. I mean, I have more respect for you. You just said, we did it, this is what we posted, and this is what we said.
I mean, that is what we posted, and in the future, I'm very open to getting as much information as possible, so I hope that we can, improve this dialogue for sure. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside?
I've got a comment.
Well, Mr. Burnside, you want to go after?
Oh, I'm kidding.
Because I got questions for you too.
For me too. Mr. Burnside, please go.
Mr. Burnside, I'm just messing with JP.
Questions. All right.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So Michael Eric Burnside's got all kinds of problems, including serious attitude problems about unnecessary stuff and unwise stuff. Wise stuff, because Mr. Burnside's been both unnecessary and unwise for a very long time in an economy that doesn't really love poor people. Unfortunately, Mr. Burnside doesn't pay to sit here and answer questions from a public representative. So it's unlikely that I'm going to be able to answer questions, because being unnecessary and wise, I'm also angry. Angry for different reasons, one of which has nothing to do with my council people. One has to do with demo by neglect. If you've got rich people buying houses and not letting people live in them since 2019, and then they come along in 2026 and ask to demo a house, the question is who's lived in it for the last 7 years? And nobody asked that question because we're all worried about architecture. Mr. Burnside does not give two shits about architecture, although he should, because he built a very nice house and he's very proud of it. He cares about poor people living under a bridge because they don't have any house to live in because people own property and no other human beings to live in it. Plaza Tower has been empty for 20 years. And nobody gives a living shit. Where was Joe Yeager? The questions that were put here today. He was too rich and too powerful to be put to the questions here today. There are people who cannot live and who die because they are not loved. They're not worthy either of your time, your interest, or even your hatred. One of you has gone under the bridges. One of you has seen people die. And one of you has given a shit. And whether I agree with him or not doesn't matter. He cares. There are people whose lives are crap. People who die. Yesterday I passed a house in which a person asked me, did somebody get killed in there? And there was a corner van and two friggin'.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Mr. Burnside. We know. Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Councilman Murad, some closing comments, but I see you're on the board.
Yes. I'm going to begin by saying, before I say anything else, I want to be clear, I'm not, even though my comments may appear so, I am not endorsing the PRC position and how it advocates. I do think that the lesson that needs to be taken away from the day is this. I will tell you as a legislator of almost, considering the council to almost 15 years, attacking a council person does not get the votes of their colleagues. Full stop. If as an advocate out there, advocating any legislative body, targeting a colleague, even for people who agree with you, does not get you a vote. What it does is make people think, why isn't this advocate focusing on the facts of the issue before them? And I say that because the facts of this case are actually pretty bad. I want to begin by saying, now that I've addressed my PRC piece, I do not envy the position that Mr. Geruso is in, because when you've got a dilapidated piece of property sitting in a neighborhood, I do think over time it does wear people down. I mean, that is a tremendous community of advocates for preservation. That when you've got a house next to you that is falling apart day by day, it's exhausting. I think at some point it does push people to the point where they want to change that position. But I do want to highlight something, and it's not unique to this property. We as council members are very tired of demolition by neglect. If you buy a historic house and the house is not in great shape, everyone assumes in that conversation you're buying the house to renovate the house. And Councilman Geruso is an unfathomably difficult position because, I mean, that's why I say focus on the facts. When you look at the photos and reports from 2019 to 2024, there are holes in the attic and cracked rafters that were not holes in the attic, or cracked rafters in 2019 that are cracked rafters now. I know. I speak for several of us. We are so frustrated, and it's not just the owners. It's the city too. I mean, in 2023, this council passed an ordinance that said property lacks water and power. It is blighted. It is obvious property with a knob and tube. There's no power going to this house. I would be surprised if there's active water turned on to this house. The city should have stepped up years ago and find this property. And maybe there'd be a different conversation right now. Maybe the city would own it. But there's so many different aspects to this process that are so frustrating because we see this all the time where homeowners buy a property, investors buy a property with no real intention to ever renovate the property, and it's just very frustrating. Like I said, I have no doubt that the majority of neighbors support something happening because nothing's ever happened with the property. And it just puts district council members and their colleagues in this very untenable position because you know what's right by the property and you know what's right by the neighbors, and the two things can be in conflict. So my vote today does not contradict the tremendous respect I have for Mr. Giarrusso or the community he represents, or the neighbors, or the position they're in. It really is a vote in frustration, and I'm tired of people buying properties to wait for them to fall apart. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Morrell, let's start by saying I respect your position when you feel like you need to philosophically, whether it's this case or others. Let me say a few things. I think you have taken a lot of my talking points, which are I have to make a decision, as all district council members do, about something that may not be a great choice on one hand. Councilmember King had this issue today on SDRs. How do you decide who gets the last one? What I am confronted with is a property that has not been in commerce, that has a number of problems internally, that has the supermajority of the near neighbors, notwithstanding obviously neighborhood opposition, others who are close by, supermajority of neighbors who support demolition. I'm going to lean in very hard to the fact that Maple Area Residents Association is probably one of the most pro-preservation, pro-land use, pro-keep things up organizations that I've ever had. And in fact, so much so that their monthly agendas never have me as a district council member on the agenda. It's land use item, maybe occasionally infrastructure. The other major concern that I do have is that if we stood on principles here alone, that this house could then be flipped to any developer, and there's nobody who could stop that, and the single highest person paying for property in this area are doubles to dorm developers. And of all the emails I received yesterday, only Susan Johnson was the candid, authentic response of, I appreciate you are truly in an impossible position because if you deny demolition, then the lawyers can sell not one but potentially two houses and have both of those become double to dorm, or you can have a demolition problem. So thank you, Susan, because I posed that question to everybody, and nobody wanted to accept the hypo. It's the reality of the job. It's the unfun part of the job. But I have to not only be thinking about what the principle is, but the pragmatism that affects the community. And I think I have taken a very strong stance against doubles to dorms in this area and others. And my concern is all the lawyers have to do is flip this property people who have the highest capacity to buy are these developers. And now you not have essentially one but two houses side by side that then become not residential housing, but housing for neighbors. And then I have to listen to the neighbors tell me what a scourge it is to live next to 20 college kids and how it's affecting their quality of life. So if I'm balancing those two, I'm balancing in this instance in favor of demolition and against what could happen that none of us can stop. So with that, I apologize for the long discussion. I think it was merited. Thank you to all the neighbors who came out today and others. Move in support of the motion, seconded by Vice President Moreno. Members, please vote your machines.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. Did you want to comment on the record?
The online comments, given how much time you spent on this, and that we're about ready to go to executive session, I think those comments merit. And for the record, most are in opposition. So I don't want to hide anything or make people think we're afraid of them. You know what they say, and we appreciate the fact they're bothering to put them on the record. So I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. 6 yeas, 1 nay. Thank you.
Councilman Druso moves that we go to executive session, seconded by Councilman Moreno. All in favor, say aye. 7 yeas, no nays. You have a comment card in executive session. Excuse me, sorry, Mr. Burnside, the comment card in executive session.
I'll learn from Mr. J.P. Morel and keep it really short. I want to thank you guys and your continuing efforts with regards to the Wisner Fund. I know it's been a long battle, but I was here at the beginning, and I am grateful for your continued interest in that subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. We have unanimous executive session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I will move that we reconvene from executive session. Second by Council Vice President. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. We are back. Madam Clerk.
On page 37, item 41, we have resolution R25-266 by Councilmembers Jerusalem Morel, recognizing, honoring, and celebrating Rabbi Elwood P. Cohen.
Councilmember Morel, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. Basically, as many of you know, over the years I've worked with Rabbi Cohen. He is a fantastic individual, done so much for our city. Councilman Jerusalem and I wanted to celebrate him, but he moved so quickly leaving town, we weren't able to get in front of the council before he left town. But I do believe it's important for us to celebrate him, to have this resolution, to have it be sent or delivered to him, to show how much we respect all the work he's done over the years, how much he's contributed to our city.
So after my sister died, my family asked me to do the eulogy. I said I'd do it under one condition, which is I spoke before Rabbi Cohen because he's just such a damn good speaker, and I couldn't follow that act. He's somebody who's constantly amazed me for two different things. One is his ability to get up and a speech and cite something that is in the paper, Sartre, a cartoon, a poem he lent, and weave all of that into something that is meaningful to all of us. And that obviously takes both talent, skill, and dedication to your craft. And the other thing I think Rabbi Cohen really would want to be known for, in addition to shepherding the people at Temple Sinai, is his commitment to working with other people, and how important that was to him. And I think I've said this before. The chambers, when St. Stephen's burned down, the congregation came to Temple Sinai to do that. And I can think of lots of other churches that would be a more logical place for another Baptist church to go. But I think it says a lot about the community and what he's built there. And his emphasis on inclusion has not been one of words, but one that he's lived through his demonstrated life. Rabbi Cohen, thank you for all your work. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you. Rabbi Cohen is an iconic figure in this town for the last several decades, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys are honoring him. He's been a voice, the heart, the soul in this community, and even more specifically, he's one of the founders of the Human Rights Commission. So we wouldn't. When you talk about diversity and honoring people for their difference, he started that effort years ago, and he's always been an integral part of justice and diversity here in the community. So Godspeed and always blessings to Rabbi Cohen.
All right, with that, I'll move for adoption. Seconded by President Morel.
At the top of the page, item 40, we have motion M25-262 by Councilmember Jerusalem, tabulating the votes for and against the Lakeview Crime Prevention District proposition in the election held Saturday, March 29, 2025. Votes for 1869, votes against 1487, total votes 3356. Majority of the votes for 1869.
Colleagues have 30 minutes on this. Teasing. Move for approval. Seconded by President Morel. 7 yeas, no nays.
We could suspend the rules to go to ordinance on first reading.
The Hermes. I think we're going to do special orders first. Which one?
That's right. Councilman Moreno moves. I'll second.
Special orders.
I just said two. I forgot the time step limits to that. All right. 7 yeas, no nays. On first reading.
Ordinance is on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 35,104 by Councilmember Morel. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 162-660 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit tampering with the taxi cab camera security system and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,105 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to affect the zoning change from SRS single-family residential district to an SRD suburban two-family residential district, square 110, lots 2 and 3 in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by South Maurice Avenue, North Monroe Street, and North Galvez Street. The municipal addresses are 2109 through 2113 Maurice Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 425. Ordinance calendar number 35,006 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to grant an amendment to ordinance number 30,076 MCS, zoning docket 125, permit the conditional use of a fast food restaurant in an HU historic urban neighborhood mixed use district on Square 608, lot M1A in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Ferret Street, Robert Street, South Robertson Street, and Sonniette Street. The municipal addresses are 5001 Ferret Street and 2316 Robert Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1725. Ordinance calendar number 35,107 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the Mosquito Termite and Rodent Control Board and the LG's Development District for 3 years, as more fully set forth in the form attached here to as Exhibit 1, and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,108 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement between the Mosquito Termite and Rodent Control Board, Louisiana SPCA, LASPCA, to extend the CA's term for 4 years to increase the CA's compensation and to modify certain terms and conditions is more fully set forth in the form attached here to as Exhibit A and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,109 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement between the Mosquito Termite and Rodent Control Board and the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College to extend the CA's term for 1 year, to increase the CA's compensation and to modify certain terms and conditions is more fully set forth in the form attached here to as Exhibit A, and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,110 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a lease agreement at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with General Aviation LLC and business as Atlantic Aviation MSY, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,111 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a lease agreement at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with General Aviation LLC doing business as Atlantic Aviation MSY, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,112 by Councilmembers Russo, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to move grant funds within the Health Department from Fund 4405 to 4145, appropriation 200, other operating for 100 personal services. For the purpose of delivering medication and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,114 by Councilmembers Russo, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate additional grant funds to the office of the mayor to purchase equipment and supplies for projects that are awarded on the fiscal year 23 state Homeland Security grant, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,116 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the City of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into amended lease concessions agreements at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with Chase North LLC and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,117 by Councilmembers Moreno, Harris, and King. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to subdivide the other operating fund allocations for the Department of Sanitation to de-appropriate money from certain subdivided categories and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That concludes the ordinances on first reading.
On page 40, special orders of business. Second order of business, presentation, Michelle Cloquet, President-elect, Junior League of New Orleans. The Junior League of New Orleans recognized May 12 through 18, 2025 as Period Poverty Awareness Week. The JLNO strives to help women and girls who are unable to afford period supplies by supplying distribution through their JLNO diaper bank. Diapers, supplies, and adult and consent supplies. In the past year, the Junior League of New Orleans has distributed almost 120,000 period supplies to community partners.
Thank you very much. I am so excited to hear it. So excited to have representatives from Junior League here today to talk about period poverty. I know that these are topics that sometimes make people squeamish. In the legislature, we dealt a lot with period poverty and diaper banks across the state. And I think that when you look at kind of the state of the country and the state of things like tariffs, these things get exasperated. So I'd love for y'all to present unless you want me to read my facts, which would y'all rather redo?
We are happy to present.
Okay, present, because you're experts.
Well, we appreciate your advocacy and continue to support what we do. As I get started, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Cloquet, the president-elect for the Junior League of New Orleans. But I'd like to introduce these beautiful members of our league as well, starting with Leanne.
Hi, I'm Leanne Moss. I'm the Planning and Development Council Director for the Junior League of New Orleans.
I'm Catherine Rigby, the Community Council Director.
I'm Sarah Howard. I'm the co-key leader of the Diaper Bank.
Kendra Reed, head of diapers and donations at the Diaper Bank.
Great, and together, these are just a few of the members of our league that really run the Diaper Bank, which is the largest in the Gulf South. But we wanted to make sure that the council people knew that 1 in 3 low. Did you know that 1 in 3 low-income women in the U.S. have missed work or school simply because they could not afford period products? That's the reality of period poverty that we're here for today. Something we don't talk about enough, as mentioned earlier, but something that impacts the health, dignity, and livelihood of so many in our own community. On behalf of the Junior League of New Orleans, I want to sincerely thank the New Orleans City Council for this proclamation recognizing Period Poverty Awareness Week. Your support shines a vital light on an issue that often stays in the shadows. In the U.S., nearly 40% of low-wage women have had to miss work, school, or daily activities due to the lack of period products. This is a problem. And here in Louisiana, where we rank 49th for the women living in poverty, the need is especially urgent. At the Junior League of New Orleans, we're stepping up where safety net programs fall short. Through our diaper bank, as mentioned, we also distribute menstrual products year-round to those in need. We are very proud to say that since 2017, the Junior League Diaper Bank has distributed over 850,000 products to schools, libraries, community centers, and other nonprofit organizations to make sure that these essential items are available, free, and provided with dignity. This week, we're stocking community fridges across the city and offering free supplies at the Rosa F. Keller and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. libraries. We are also asking the public to support us by donating
product supplies, or hosting their own product drives as well. And again, we thank the council for recognizing us in this critical issue that impacts so many women in our community. Your proclamation is more than words. It's a step towards equity, dignity, and health for every woman in our community. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any comment? Council members want to comment? All right. Well,
Wait, hold on. I mean, I see somebody at the table that we should recognize.
You want to embarrass. Okay, sorry.
I was trying. All I wanted to say was thank you for all of your hard work. We know how difficult this is. I know all of us like to say this, but like as a dad, now I firmly understand these issues in a completely different way than you ever did before. And it's unfortunate that you need perspective to inform your policy, but that is the bottom line. And you are taking that out of policy and making it practice. And that's what we appreciate the most. And I would also be remiss if I didn't add. I think Junior League is one of the hardest working group of volunteers I've ever seen. And I appreciate how much time and effort that you give in your regular work, whatever that may be, but also how much you do for your organization, and that means for the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come down and take a picture. Thank
you.
Third order of business. Presentation, Dr. Erica A. Rhodes, Director, UMC Seasonal Trauma Recovery Center, Co-Director, Charity Trauma Center Psychiatric Research Unit, Assistant Professor of Clinical Psychiatry, LSU, HS, and Dr. Sandy Hayek, Clinical Psychologist, Associate Program Director of UMC Seasonal Trauma Recovery Center, Assistant Professor of Clinical Psychiatry, LSU, HSC, LSU Health Science Center, and Department of Psychiatry, recognizing the needs of NOLA trauma survivors in our community through education and participation.
First of all, thank you guys. Dr. Rojo is probably one of our angels when you talk about trauma in this community. Over the last several years, she's been on the front line. I don't know Dr. Hyatt that well, but I know Dr. Rojo from being on the front line. What you have done to bring attention to trauma. it's like mental health is chic right now. Trauma is chic right now. People like you guys have been talking about it for over a decade. And I know you're one of our angels of mercy. And it's just an honor to be able to recognize you guys. So before we present these, I know it's National Traumas Day, Survivors Day. It's going to be the third Wednesday in May. But I'd like to give you guys an opportunity to talk about why this is important, and why you guys have been on the front line with trauma for so long. Dr. Rowe?
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you all so much for recognizing this really meaningful day, National Trauma Survivors Day. It's an opportunity to really celebrate, the strength, the courage, and the hope of trauma survivors, but not only trauma survivors. We know that a lot of people are impacted by one traumatic event, and so we also are celebrating and honoring those who care for trauma survivors and those who help along the way during the recovery process, and that may be their loved ones, emergency responders, first responders, healthcare workers. We want to recognize all the different people who contribute to their healing, and often, the trauma center staff or the first responders, they don't get to see the survivors later on in their recovery process. They only see them at the worst of it, and so we're excited to have this event where everyone can kind of come in community and connect and see survivors who are further along in their healing process. And we hope that y'all will join us on May 21st at UMC. On the way here, I was talking to Tanya Boyd Cannon. I'm trying to get her to play for us at the event. I just want to thank you all for supporting the Trauma Recovery Center, because that's allowed us to provide trauma-focused and trauma-informed care for so many individuals in our city who now finances aren't a barrier to them getting the help that they need. And we're able to help them with a lot of other barriers, whether it's legal or other practical, like housing, things like that can get in the way of them healing psychologically. And we wouldn't be able to do this without your support. Also, mental health and trauma, those words used to be so taboo. And so for y'all to continue to help us normalize getting help and healing is so important. And really healing happens in community, not in silos. And so just to have y'all support and for the community and celebration. We're just really excited. So thank you. Dr. Hyatt, I could not do this without my work wife, and couldn't do any of this without her. So I'm gonna let her speak.
We recognize trauma touches everyone in our city, in our community, and it doesn't discriminate age, background, and yet the journey is often accomplished in silence and feels very leaving people feeling very alone. And so today I think it's really important that we're breaking that silence, that we're coming together to show that we support trauma survivors, we support their recovery, and I think we extend a lot of gratitude to this council for doing that for years, for supporting our ecosystem made up of Ubuntu Village, Seeds of NOLA, our hospital-based violence intervention program. All of these community organizations that are out there trying to support the healing in our community and to break these cycles of trauma. So thank you for standing with us as we try to support our survivors.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Again, this is one of those. You guys have been in this work for such a long time, and it is appreciated not just the quantity of the work, but the quality as well. I think a lot of times people want to help. Providing the right type of is actually more important. People's hearts are in the right place. They want to do the right thing. But you all are the professionals who do it. So we want to thank you for that.
Councilmember Harris.
I think in this community, when so many people are one-off from suffering trauma, I think that the work you do is so incredibly important. I mean, we have NOPD sitting behind you, and they know themselves and see trauma every day. And so I'm grateful for your work in the community. I'm grateful for your work with survivors and even family members who are impacted by those trauma, because it's not just one person who's impacted. There's an absolute ripple effect anytime somebody is a victim, and anytime there's a survivor. So I just want to thank you so much for the work that you do. And I encourage you, anytime we have folks who work in this space, to take care of yourselves.
Yeah.
It's so important. It's so important.
Councilmember King.
Just want to echo Councilman Harris. Make sure you take care of yourself. Also, thank you for all the hard work that you all do. It goes unnoticed. Sometimes we do a thankless job, but it's very important. It's very needed. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Very much appreciate all that you do. It's probably about 15 years ago or so when I was first in the legislature, had a group of experts come and speak to members of the legislature about trauma-informed care and really have an understanding of what traumatic experiences, particularly for children, how that impacts them as they develop, and into, of course, their adulthood. But just overall, recognizing trauma and without the proper type of treatment and services around it, how it really can impact not only people's lives, but entire communities. So I just want to thank you all very much for the very difficult work that you do, but you are making a difference. Thank you.
Councilmember Morel.
Thank you. Appreciate you. I know that there are a lot of difficult jobs in this city. A lot of difficult jobs when you're dealing with healthcare and recovery. I think that working with those people who are victims of trauma is very difficult, but very rewarding. And I appreciate the work y'all do in the city.
Councilmember Green.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the work also that you do. I look at our city and I see a lot of positive going on. We always talk about city, and sometimes we don't talk enough about some of the positives that are going on. One of the positives is that in terms of providing support to victims of crime, in terms of providing support to those who suffer trauma, this city council and its administration have been on the right side, providing the support that is necessary so that I can say to many people as I do, don't suffer in silence. Go into the United Medical Center and ask. And I think a couple of those people have done so. But it's important that there be an outlet for people who have suffered from trauma, some place that they can go and they can feel comfortable. I've had an opportunity to talk to a couple of who have visited your provided services, and they appreciate your sincerity. It does make a difference. I encourage the public who's watching to know that you can walk into the United Medical Center. Don't suffer in silence. There are experts, and there are very sincere people who want to help you overcome the trauma that you might be experiencing. So thank you for the work that you do, and thank you, Councilman Thomas, for bringing before us today.
I want to thank my colleagues, Dr. Hyatt and Dr. Rojo. This is personal to me. You guys have been on the front line with two family members who, because of the work that you guys do, are still alive. Today. So on behalf of me and my entire family, as well as the council, we know that my niece and nephew would not be here if it wasn't for the care and work. And then Dr. Rojo, the work that you put and your team put in after the fact. And I'll let you know that they're both doing well. Still dealing with the effects and what she's dealing with. But the fact that they're still here is a product of the work, the care, and the prayers that you guys put in. So I'm going to read these proclamations for me and the entire council that will be extended to both of you guys. It says, when the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food festivals, famous citizens and foreign visitors, and whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities. Therefore, it be proclaimed by the City Council of New Orleans that this council recognizes Dr. Erica M. Rojo, and Dr. Sandy Hyatt, providing mental and medical health services to those whose lives have been disrupted by traumatic injury and violent crime. It is signed by all of our council members. Give them a hand, guys. can, meet us in the middle for your photo op.
Our guest didn't have an opportunity to mention that National Trauma Survivors Day is May the 21st, 2025, and from 11:30 to 1:30 in the courtyard of the UMC. Everyone is invited to come and to find out more about what is being done at the Trauma Recovery Center.
First order of business, presentation, Anchor Patrick, the Superintendent of New Orleans Police Department, and other officers. In honor of National Police Week, which observes the sacrifice made by law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty, and to provide an opportunity for survivors and law enforcement personnel to remember the lives of those who served and protect.
Chief Kirkpatrick and anyone who would like to join you. It's great to see you all here this afternoon.
Come on in here. You need to honor.
All right, Major.
I'll sit down just for the sake of the microphone.
It's great to see all of you all here. In 1962, President John Kennedy proclaimed May the 15th as National Police Officers Memorial Day, and also Memorial Week starting on Saturday. The day and week honor federal, state, and municipal law enforcement officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. It's also an opportunity to recognize those, such as those who are with us today, members of the law enforcement community, who put their lives on the line every day in the interest of protecting the public. I said earlier today that I'm so proud to be a New Orleanian, and one of the reasons that I'm proud to be a New Orleanian is that I see a lot of progress taking place in our city. And in the area of law enforcement, I'm very pleased with the work that I see being done by members of the New Orleans Police Department to help keep our citizens safe. This particular week and the day celebrate the work that you all do. And we brought you before the council today to celebrate National Police Memorial Week and Day, but also just to say thank you for the work that you do. Chief Kirkpatrick, if you can introduce those who are with you.
Thank you, Council, for even having us in front of you today, because I wasn't here when all those names that are on our memorial were added, and yet the team here was. And I have the responsibility, though, and honor and privilege to make sure that no fallen hero of this department is forgotten and is cared for and respected, and their families are cared for. And so I did want to introduce our table to you. So to the my very right, your left, is Captain Batiste, Raven Batiste. Next to her is one of our majors and our most senior officers, Major Burkhart, and then one of our majors, but not new to NOPD is, of course, Major Banks, and next to her is Major Roberts, Chief Gurnett, and one of our captains here, one of our more senior captains. You're here, I didn't realize that. We're so very grateful for that. And then Chief Sanchez, but also the most probably important people, the blue shirts behind us. You know, the blue shirts are the first officers are going to be the first responders who put themselves in harm's way. Not that Wayne does that, but it is true. The blue shirts, and they need to be honored in this time. So because I'm the superintendent, but as I said, I wasn't here when I have been around. I certainly have seen fellow officers lose their lives in the line of duty. But would any of y'all like to speak, because you have friends and loved ones up on that wall? So anyone like to take a moment to say anything? Okay. All right.
Chief Gurnan, please say something.
So.
I like it.
If you serve in this profession for long enough, you do lose friends, right? So I lost a friend back in August of 2004. Latoya Johnson was shot and killed. In the 1500 block, trying to get a guy who was in a mental health crisis to the hospital. Right. Each of us can probably recount friends that we've lost over the years, and I really want to thank the council for taking the time to recognize their sacrifice, and that we'll continue to carry on in their honor. But to take a moment to honor them, to thank them and their families. Her daughter Raven obviously is coming up and is growing up to be a wonderful young woman, and all the families. Not just my personal connection to some of the loss. Everybody up there could have a story like that. Would have a connection to those names on the walls. They're not named to us. They're friends. And they were loved ones. And so thank you all for taking the time to remember them.
So I don't want to impose it only if you would want to, but Major Burkhart, you've been around longer than anyone. You have friends up on those walls. He wanted to share anything. Please do.
Well, all the way back to Howard Johnson, present on all the events, and lost a lot of good friends. For the years, it's never easy, never. And I just wish that we could honor these folks every year in some way, because it's really tough. Think back of all the things that happened, all the sacrifices that were made.
I and the council will make sure that there's a way for every year that we recognize police week and its support based on the memorial to those who have given their lives and been disabled. We can't ever forget that. So I'll start with Councilmember Harris.
Well, in the course of my 3.5 years on this council, many of you have become my friends. I see two over there whispering, Officer Williams and Officer Morrell. And I just want to say, I can't imagine losing anybody in the line of duty. So I just appreciate your sacrifice, your daily sacrifice for the city. There's nothing more I can say than thank you.
Councilmember King.
You all do a lot for the community. It often goes again unnoticed, and get told thank you. So I want to tell you all, white shirts, everyone associated with NOPD. Thank you, and I know this council supports you. Anything that I can personally do to help. The great strides you all are making. We appreciate put your life on the line every day. And you never know when that day is going to come. But you walk to the danger. And you don't run from it. That we're very grateful, and I want to again say thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, Councilmember Green, for putting this together. As Councilmember King was saying, it takes a really special type of person to run towards danger, to be the one to say, you all stand back, let me run toward the trouble. So thank you for that. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. you never know what your day is going to bring. And I also want to say thank you to your families because it is also really a sacrifice for them. You are in a very difficult job, and imagine for your families that can be scary. No doubt about it. So thank you to your families for being so supportive of you all. And you certainly have the support of the New Orleans City Council. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
Well, as y'all know, I have brothers still on the force, and certainly, I don't think people really appreciate the work y'all do, or the harm you put yourselves in on a daily basis. And I think it's even important to realize that it's not just about the harm you face on the job, it's the harm you face off the job. Because when I think about officers that I've known in the course of my life through my brothers, and those who lost their lives due to mental health issues because the job is too much. It's daunting and humbling because it's like whenever you go, there is no funeral like a funeral for a police officer. It is different than any other funeral you will ever experience, and because you have your family and you have your family. And I can say honestly, as someone who is privileged to have brothers who are in the blue, not white shirts, in the blue. You really don't appreciate that until you're dealing with that ultimate setback, and seeing that family embrace you. It's just something different. So anything we do as a city is not enough, but we'll continue to do better.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Natasha Hunter, Renell Brown, Darrell Holloway, Captain Burkhardt, our good friend that I grew up with. Complications, being shot, Haywood Hewitt. The list could go on. Family members and friends. So it's just a great honor, Councilmember Green, to continue at least to acknowledge fallen comrades and the people who put their life on the line every day, because you never know. And if it wasn't for you guys, many of us wouldn't have some of the freedom and protections that we have. So on behalf of my friends that we miss, I think they still live because of the work you guys do. So thank you.
So on this day that we recognize those who have given their lives, the ultimate sacrifice as members of our law enforcement community and team, we also take an opportunity to thank those who are with us for the work that you do. It makes a big difference in our city. It helps to reduce the number of victims. It helps to reduce the trauma. It helps to reduce the work that you do. Most important is that the work that you do and the way that you handle it in such a professional manner makes our citizens of the New Orleans area, and it's the entire metropolitan area proud in many respects. Thank you all for the work that you do, and we look forward to continuing to work with you as we continue to do those things that make our city safer for all. Thank you very much. And if you will come forward, we're going to take a photo at the front. Thank you very much for the work that you do. And so the public will know, because I do like to say this, that the proclamation is in recognition of National Police Week. The general heading is be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that the City Council recognizes National Police Week and says thank you to the members of the law enforcement community for all of the work that you do to enhance the safety and well-being of the public. Thank you.
I move to adjourn. Councilman Vice President Moreno seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 7 yeas, no nays, we're adjourned.